Hello and welcome to day 2 of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. We apologize for the late start. This match is contested by Barbados and Leeward Islands. It's the final between these two. It's continuing. Nathan Seeley and Jaden Roberts is at the crease for Barbados, and Micah McKenzie is bowling his leg spinners to Nathan Seeley, who's now on strike. Drag down delivery, played out to square leg. This morning I'm joined by Sylvanus Horn and Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Mr. Martin and Mr. Horn.
Good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Good morning to the lovers of cricket, especially West Indies. Welcome back to Arnesville playing field.
Good morning, Stacey. Good morning, Martin.
It's a good first over for Barbados. They picked up at least 4 singles in that over. At the end of the over, the score is 137 for 6. Yes, I apologize again for the late start this morning. We had a riveting first day, albeit a late start at 2:30. 47 overs were bowled. 47 overs that was filled with a lot of action. And just to give you an overview of what happened yesterday, Leeward Islands, they won the toss. They elected to bowl first. Barbados ended the day with 132 for 6. Perriman scored a blistering 29 before he was dismissed. Not much else on the top order, but a nice partnership between Nathan Seeley and Jaden Leacock saw Barbados limp into 132. However, the day really belonged to Leeward Islands, picking up 6 wickets. 3 go into the towering figure of Onaji Amory, who has the ball in hand from the administrative center end right now. Big shot down the ground, similar to how he played in Cumberland, Martin. The only difference is that wasn't a 6. Good shot from Jaden Roberts.
Well, Roberts is a attacking batsman, and once Armory goes into his half, he would play that big shot, and a very good shot to start the morning for him. It was flighted by Armory, and he took advantage of that and hit it straight over the bowler's head into the fence for a very good start to his innings and to the Barbados morning.
Yes, he's known for his big hitting. Just to remind you, he scored a blistering 76 or 56 deliveries in Cumberland, 6 laced innings, hitting 9 sixes. However, it's a bit different on this occasion. He needs to apply some more patience and just assess for a longer period of time. Because there are 6 wickets down, they only have 142 runs on the board. I'm sure they'll need to get a lot more than that, Martin.
Well, with the loss of 6 wickets, they will be looking to bat as long as possible today, get as much runs as well. That was a sharp chance here to the man at short leg. Yes, and they would like to get as much runs as possible here today. We started on time. This is day 2. And try and really put the Leeward Islanders under some more pressure. This one is hiked over square leg into the fence for 4. So Roberts not wasting any time this morning, getting straight into the action, Stacey.
Yes, I was saying to myself, I'm thinking that he might have to have a different mindset compared to the one in Cumberland. However, we see that once the ball is in his half, he's going to put it away. So a magnificent slug sweep to get 4 runs from Jaden Roberts. It's quite an entertaining battle.
Yeah, that's how he plays, and once the ball is within his half, within his reach, he has good reaches as well. He's going to play his shots.
So well left. At the end of the over, the score is 147 for 6.
Well, good start for Barbados this morning. After the day yesterday, started at 2:05 or so. The Leeward Islanders, the day was given to them. They bowled well. And this morning, the Barbadians have started very well. They need to get to a total at least 200 or so to put some pressure on the batters for the Leeward Islanders. But Leewards would be looking to get them out under that total so that they could at least bat themselves to first innings in this game. Mackenzie has been given the ball. He normally comes at the tail and picks up a lot of wickets. So that is the strategy that they have used over this tournament, and they continue to employ it.
Badly lined, helped down to the fine leg boundary. It won't get to the boundary. Graves pulls it back, and that's 2 more runs added to the tally.
Yes, these 2 batters are free-flowing batters. Seeley, we know, plays a few shots, and Roberts, he's the man they're looking forward to really propel the score this morning.
Yeah, Seeley along with Jaden Leacock, they batted with a lot of purpose yesterday for the Barbados team. And unfortunately, Leacock was dismissed just on the eve of the close of the day's play. Unfortunate for Barbados and Leacock. But Seeley has looked really good at the wicket. He's defended well, and anything loose, he puts it away. He also looks for the quick single, which is important in this format as well. You know, not being cemented at one end is very important. So that's the way he goes about his innings, and the Barbados team will hope that he can bat for as long as possible.
Well, Seeley coming into this game, he had 22 runs overall. He has gone past that 22 runs in this inning so far. So he has done himself exceptionally well. Batting in this innings, he has 26.
Streaky. Looking for a quicks. Another a two. Okay. Before that, 150 came up for Barbados. So good going by them, given the position they were in yesterday. They managed to get to 152. So good signs for Barbados so far this morning. Yeah, they've scored 20 runs in just about 3 overs, Martin. So the scoring rate is definitely picked up this morning. At the end of the over, it's 152 for 6. And 50 overs has been bowled.
Well, the first 100 for Barbados came in 37 overs. Now they are 150 in 49 overs. Sorry, 50 overs been bowled. So you have seen the increase of the scoring rate this morning and late yesterday evening between Seeley and Leacock. Now it's Roberts and Seeley. So the scoring rate has picked up between these 3 batters. 6-wicket partnership, and now a 7th-wicket partnership for Barbados. They are 152 for 6.
Yes, they definitely need to build partnerships. Didn't have much of that yesterday, apart from that one partnership between Leacock and Nathan Seeley. So as the day progresses, they'll be hoping that they can build more partnerships.
So they took just about 12 overs or so to get from 100 to 150. So
some sharp work by the man at short leg. Looks to be Michael Graves, the vice captain of Leeward Islands team. Big shot, just passing the man at extra cover. They'll get 2 more runs. So Seeley and Roberts, they're not holding back, Martin.
yeah, they're going to take their chances. Once the ball is within their reach, within their half, they're going to take their chances and play those shots. They're looking to get as much runs as possible, as I said this morning earlier, and score them as quickly as possible. It's day 2 in a 3 days encounter.
Just past the man Hilroy Andrew, who took a spectacular catch diving to his left to dismiss Perryman yesterday. So he's a gun fielder, and we've seen that Leeward Islands, they've been quite good in the field yesterday.
But what really worked for the Leeward Islanders yesterday was the fast bowling in tandem. This morning they have started operations with the 2 spinners. This Armory, yes, Armory picked up some wickets yesterday, but it was after the pressure that was created from the fast bowlers. He came on and picked up the wickets. So I really thought that the skipper would have gone back to his pace bowlers this morning and give them an early balls after the tail enders.
Yeah, more so Landerford, who bowled really well yesterday. He didn't pick up a wicket, but he did trouble the Barbados batters. Massive hit out to the long on boundary. 6 runs.
And that's Roberts. That's what he does. The ball is in his half. He's going to take advantage of it. And that's the first 6 for the morning. Roberts hitting Mackenzie over mid-on easily for 6. A really good shot by him. We're accustomed to see these shots from Roberts, Stacey Ann.
Yes, he's very confident going down the ground. Anything in his half, he's going to go. So a bit of overcompensation on that occasion from the bowler, just going wide of the crease. Might be the best way to operate to Roberts. He likes to hit the ball straight, so maybe just try to make him play square of the wicket.
Just looking at the game and how it's proceeded from yesterday, I think that the skipper probably just missed a thing or two, you know, with excluding his fast bowlers this morning with the moisture in the wicket overnight and the heavy roller being used on top of the wicket this morning. These are things that you have to look at and see how well it could benefit you and your team. And I think he should have really started with his fast bowlers, except a fast bowler and probably a spinner, which was Armory. But the 2 spinners started this morning.
Fuller ball, couldn't capitalize on that. I totally agree with you, Martin. At least a spinner from one end and a pacer from the next, just to see what you can get out of this wicket this morning, and then from there you can decide which pace is best, whether to go fast or slow on the wicket. But he's continuing with Mackenzie. Mackenzie did pick up that wicket of Leacock late yesterday afternoon, so maybe that's why he decided to go with the spinners this morning. The way the field is set as well, he's probably trying to induce them into playing some big shots because he has his fielders out on the boundary, long on and long off, predominantly when Jaden Roberts is on strike.
Yeah, Roberts, he plays the spin well. And I've not seen him against the Pacers as much as I've seen him against the spinners. Seeley was batting well yesterday with Leacock. And the fast bowlers did an exceptional job yesterday. The 2 first wickets was taken by Whitley. And he bowled well. Langerford bowled well. And Edwards. And it's a fresh morning. I think that one of those bowlers should have been used to start the morning. And this one is
high in the air. The fielder isn't back, but it goes all the way for 6. It didn't look like it had the legs, Martin, but it just got over the ropes for 6 runs.
Yes, and Leeward Islands are leaking some runs here early in the morning. And I think it's that ploy that they have used, it's working against them. And the Barbadians are capitalizing on this, and they have rushed up to 166.
They're scoring quite freely, these two, since the morning begun. They've added 35 runs, 35 quick runs to be exact.
Exactly, and yesterday evening we had a 49 runs partnership between Leacock and Sealy, and we see another good partnership developing here between these two, and they have gotten these runs even quicker than they had gotten them yesterday, and that spells some danger here for the Leeward Islanders. At 167 for 6, they could find themselves under some serious pressure if they continue.
Yes, and the pressure that they built up themselves yesterday, it's diminishing slowly. And the way Roberts and Sealy is going, so they definitely need to find a way to break this partnership. Yes, because these batters, they're not just in the wicket soaking up deliveries, they're also scoring quite freely, Martin.
Yeah, they should have really, after this delivery, yeah, Stacey, and they should have really applied the pressure on these lower order batsmen this morning, but they have not done that. They have given them a free flight, as we could say, and they have scored 30-something runs quickly from these two bowlers, and they're really setting a platform for the others to come on themselves.
This one is high in the air. Some field is getting 100. Will he get there? Just passing the outstretched arms of Hilroy Andrew. And Jaden Roberts survives.
Well, a chance. Count that as a chance. The fielder didn't get to it. He had some ground to cover, running back as well. And it just fell just over the outstretched hands of Andrews, dropping in there, and they picked up another 2 runs. So the score has now propelled to 169 for 6. And Sealy is now on 36, 35, and Roberts is on 22.
Yeah, those catches are never easy, running back and looking over your shoulder. He made a brilliant attempt at it. Unfortunately, it didn't go to hand. So Roberts, it seems, he's going to take it on this morning, and Nathan Sealy appears to be the batter that's going to try and bat as long as possible from the way things are looking so far. Every ball, Roberts looks like he wants to get on strike Martin.
Well, he wants to get on with it.
Finding the edge on that occasion, but soft hands from Sealy sees it dying on its way to the first slip. Again, finding that edge, but well played by Sealy, getting on top of it, ensuring that it doesn't go to hand. So I got over after the previous over from Amory. It's a good over from Mackenzie at the end of the over. The score is 169 for 6.
Well, these two have added 37 from 7 overs this morning. The 7 overs that have been bowled by Armory between Armory and Mackenzie. So 37 quick runs between these two. Just reminding you again that there was a 49 wicket partnership between Leacock and Sealy yesterday afternoon as well. So these 6 and 7 wicket partnerships are doing Barbados very good, healthy partnerships for them. After struggling yesterday, these two partnerships have propelled them now to 169 for 6.
Yeah, the best thing Armory can do bowling to Roberts is just try to dot him up as much as possible, and maybe then he'll attempt to go for the big shot down the ground. So that's sensible cricket there from Roberts. Ball was full, he decided not to take it on and take a single, so good thinking from Roberts, Martin.
Well, there's a man on the long off boundary. Amory is bowling it just in his half, and he decided just to stroke it down the ground and take a single, which is smart cricket as well. They are scoring freely, they don't need to take all those risks. And good sensible cricket there by Roberts. Sealy just playing the supporting role for Roberts. He's been batting since yesterday. He's on 36. And Roberts has just joined him. He's on 23. Barbados 170. 170. Their overnight total was 132 for 6. So they have rushed up to 170 this morning. And Stacey, and something that we have to look at, and the Leeward Islands have to look at, if Barbados get to at least 200 here, this could be some serious pressure being added here to their batters based on the history of this tournament so far and what they have accomplished coming into these finals. They could make it very difficult for the Leeward Islanders on this wicket on the second day.
Yes, the Leeward Islands camp at the moment, they'll be thinking about how to get rid of these 4 wickets as quickly as possible. But the way the Barbados team is scoring, they surely look as if they'll get over that 200 mark, Martin.
Yes.
Too short on that occasion, just a single.
Just a few things to note as well, Stacey. And coming into these finals, Barbados, they scored a total of 753 runs. Yes, they scored 753 runs coming into this finals, and they lost 23 wickets to do so. And the Leeward Islanders scored 468 runs, and they lost 23 wickets to get that amount of runs as well.
Dragged down, just passing the hand of Amory, the towering figure of Avery. He wasn't able to hold on to it, and it trickles into the boundary for 4 more runs.
So a short delivery there by Mackenzie. And Sealy pouncing on that, getting it over the big man Amory at mid-wicket into the fence for 4. Another 4 there to Sealy for the morning. So good batting by these two Barbadians, pushing the score along nicely and really putting the Barbadians in a even more comfortable position than they were at the end of play yesterday.
Yes, and they'll feel a lot more relaxed, and it's owing largely to that partnership yesterday between Leacock and Sealy. Yes, Leacock was dismissed, but the fact that they didn't lose another wicket in a hurry was very important. That was key yesterday. And now today we see Leacock and Roberts and Sealy capitalizing on that partnership from yesterday. The score at the end of the over, the score is 175. 55 overs bowled, 6 wickets down. Quite an even contest at the moment. Yesterday, Leeward Islands, you would say, at the end of the day was on top. But the runs that have been added this morning will surely make it an even contest. The first hour is crucial, as we know, to the day's proceedings. And so far, Barbados have taken control of the first hour.
I really think that the Leeward Islanders have allowed the Barbadians to crawl back into this game, and they are just pushing their head up ahead of them, getting their nose ahead of them. So far, good feeling there by Armory to his own bowling. They have not been able to stop the runs from scoring this morning. It has been easy going for these batters, Sealy and Roberts, who joined in this morning. So, positive batting by these two.
Some inward movement there from Armory. But Roberts has shown that he's not afraid to take on Amory. A lot of the batters yesterday, they had no answers for him. Roberts, he came out this morning and he has been quite positive, quite fearless against Amory, and that's probably the difference as well, because Amory was quite threatening yesterday. He picked up those 3 important wickets. A loud shout for LBW, turn down, looked to be heading down. Umpire Christopher Wright said not out.
Well, a good delivery there by Amory, just pitching just on about the middle some, but it was sliding down the leg. Not out, says the umpire, but a good shout indeed from Amory.
Yes. 175 for 6. A maiden over, Martin. We haven't seen a lot of those since the day begun.
Well, that's good for the Leeward Islanders. Says that they are putting a little bit of stop on the Barbadians, who are scoring freely this morning. They have rushed up to 175 for 6. Things are looking much better than they looked yesterday evening at 132 for 6. They are now 175 for that same 6 wickets. Courtesy of a partnership between Leacock and Sealy yesterday, and now Sealy and Roberts.
Yeah, that's what they were lacking yesterday, the partnerships. They weren't able to build a lot of partnerships, especially from the top order. Perryman and Achilles Brown. They had about 30 odd runs, a 30 odd run partnership. However, after that, not much else on the top order. Don and Achilles Brown looked to be going quite well. Then Brown fell after. So they definitely were lacking partnerships, and that's been the difference so far. That's why Leeward Islands was able to get on top of them and pick up so many wickets and apply pressure. But now we see the pressure has been reversed, and Barbados is now applying the pressure to Leeward Islands. Swept as a man at backward square leg. They pick up 2 quite comfortably. Ooh, that looked close. See, he was just lagging behind there as he was running in for that second run. Looked as if he thought that he was going to make it quite easily, but a good return from Landeford. Just saw him pushing his bat in, Martin. Don't want these sort of laps in concentration to cost you a wicket, because both of these batters are going quite well.
Well, they wouldn't want to lose a wicket now. They have batted themselves into a reasonably good position here, Barbados, at 177 for 6. They won't want to lose a wicket. They would like to continue.
Some bounce and turn from Mackenzie. I've seen a lot of that on offer from the surface yesterday. And some bounce and turn on that occasion to Sealy.
Well, that delivery prior to that one that was bowled by Mackenzie, he took the pace off of it and gave it some time in the air and hit the surface and really bounced. So that is something that he should be looking at. Sealy should be happy with that as well.
Nicely played to get a single from Sealy. The end of the over, the score is 178 for 6. 57 overs bowled so far in this Barbados innings.
Yes, so easy going here by the Barbadians this morning. They were in a ticklish position this morning. Coming back, lost 6 wickets. They have maintained a good scoring rate this morning. That is Roberts and Sealy. Roberts just joined him this morning. Leacock was out just before close of play. And they have added some runs this morning and quickly as well. I think the Leeward Islands have missed the trick with their fast bowlers, bowling the 2 spinners. And Barbados have capitalized on that, and they have put themselves in a good position at 178 for 6. If they get past 200 plus, I think they would make it very difficult for the Leeward Islanders to get that amount of runs on this wicket.
Emery almost had Roberts this morning, a top edge that went in the air that passed the hands of Andrew. So maybe they're saying that, you know, Emery is the man. He did pick up 3 wickets yesterday. Oh, marvelous shot. Marvelously played by Nathan Sealy, who hasn't been aggressive this morning, but that time one came up in his half and he aptly put it away.
Yes, using his length, using the spin of Emery as well, and hitting it over mid-wicket into the fence for another bungee this morning. They have been coming fast and the runs have been scoring freely between these 2 batters. Another easy single being taken there by these 2. As the claps and the cheers come from the players' pavilion, they move up to 185. 185. 185 for 6.
Nicely dealt with there by Roberts to pick up a single. So they're picking up any opportunity to score, Martin, and that's good to see. Since the morning started, that's what they've been doing. They've been looking to score as much as possible. Probably saw 1 maiden over for the morning so far. Single taken, and that will bring up the 50 for Nathan Sealy, who has played quite well for his team. A lot of pressure he was under when he came into bat yesterday, but he's battled his way to a half century.
Well played by Sealy, and coming in to this game, Sealy had 22 runs in total for his team and for this tournament, and he has gone past that 22 runs. He has now 50. So a really good effort here by Sealy for himself and his team, and propelling Barbados to 187 for 6. A big effort here coming from Sealy, and he continues to bat well for Barbados and continue to put himself on that board that he needs to be on for selection for the West Indies under-19 team. He's one of the better players in the tournament. He's also a spinner, and he loves seeing what he's seeing from Mackenzie, the bounce and turn. He would have his turn a little later on, but this time he has scored a 50, and credit to him, well played to him, and he continued to battle here for Barbados at Arnos Vale at 187 for 6.
Stifled appeal from the players. Just missing the outside half of the bat there from Sealy on that occasion. Looks to have kept a bit low, Martin.
Another easy single there, taken by these two. So the communication has been very good between these two as well. They're running between the wickets. They have run aggressively. They have played the shots when they are there to be played, and they have taken the necessary risks. They have not risked their wickets. It's another dot delivery being bowled here. We have not seen much of that this morning, but that's encouraging to see for the Leeward Islanders. 188 for 6, Barbados. Keep pressing. Leewards have to find some answers here.
Yeah, it's good cricket from these two. They have now spread the field, and it's easy for them to take a single. So instead of playing a risky shot down the ground, they look to just hit it down the ground and take a single. So good cricket from these two in the middle.
Well, another easy 2 runs again, Stacey-Ann. The Leeward Islands have just laid back this morning and allowed the Barbadians to take control. They have now gone up to 190 for 6. Sealy has gone to 51, and Roberts, his partner, has gone on to 29. 27?
There you go. Lovely cricket on display, and Barbados is displaying the depth that they have in their batting. We spoke about the depth that they had, especially and that match in Cumberland against Jamaica. They displayed that quite well, and today they're showing something different. They're showing that they can bat deep, yes, they can play the big shots, but they also can walk it around and play the match situation. So that's good to see from these two youngsters in the middle.
Well, good batting here by these two. And just to remind you of what went on prior to this game, Leeward Islands and Barbados. I mentioned before, Barbados' first game, they scored 386 for 7, declared. They won that by an innings and 14 runs. Their second game in the tournament, they scored 154. They were all out. And they won that game by 10 wickets. And in their third game, it was interrupted by rain. They won 90 for 5. So they had a total of 752 runs. They lost 23 wickets. The Leeward Islanders, they scored 284 all out in their first game. That game was drawn between the Windies. Their second game,
Yes.
versus Guyana, they scored 151 all out. And they were 40 without loss. They won the first innings in that game. And their last game against Trinidad, they were 49 for 3. Rain interrupted that game, and they scored a total of 468 runs, and they lost 23 wickets prior to this game.
Full ball finding the edge. Watley has been introduced into the attack from this end. He picked up the first 2 wickets for Leeward Islands yesterday. He had Perryman and Achilles Brown picked up those 2 wickets yesterday. And the first delivery, Martin, he has found the edge. Died on his way to the slip cordon, but there's just one slip, and Barbados was able to pick up 2 runs. So the pacer you've been talking about, they've decided to go with the medium pace of Yannick Watley.
Well, he was the most successful pacer from yesterday. He's, of course, you should go to be introduced this morning. And the first delivery hitting the outer portion of the bat for Roberts, causing him trouble immediately. I think they have missed the trick. He's now coming into the attack when these 2 batters are well set. Seeing the ball nicely, they're running between the wickets, they're communicating, their adrenaline is pumping. So his job would be even harder with these 2 batters well set. Barbados 194 for 6. I think the Leeward Islands, I've said before, Mr. Chick, he should have been introduced earlier to create the pressure on these batters, but they are well set now, and his job would be very difficult to get these batsmen dislodged, especially Seeley. He's on 51, and the Roberts have gone up to 31. So they are batting extremely well here for Barbados, these 2, in the 7-wicket partnership.
Fuller delivery to Seeley. Barbados have fought their way back into this contest quite well, Martin. Seeley, the key man for them, putting his hand up and batting long for them yesterday, especially after losing those 5 wickets quickly. Yeah, Watley is a good option because he takes pace off the ball when he needs to. He doesn't bowl at one pace all the time. He mixes up his deliveries quite well. So he's a good option to come on from this end against the aggressive Roberts, who's not on strike right now. He's currently bowling to Seeley. Big shot, lean back to cut, but went straight to the man Edward at that point position. Big shot, helped around to that square leg area. Just settled for 1. So that's the end of the over. Score moves up to 195 for 6. 4 runs coming off that over from Watley. 61 overs have been bowled so far.
Spinners this morning, we go 13 overs. 13 overs. We got 62 runs from that 13 overs, 2 batters. So a healthy partnership between these 2 against the spinners. I think that's where the Leeward Islands have really missed the trick this morning. I think the runs will score from that amount of overs. They have not lost a wicket. They continue at the edge of Barbados. 195, we have to see the introduction force. Bowler, immediately
It's too comfortable for the Barbados batters at the moment. Easy singles are an offer because of some aggressive shots that were played by Roberts and Seeley this morning. So the fielders have been departed on the boundary. So the single is on offer. So quite comfortable for these two at the moment.
What was evident yesterday is that the fast bowlers, they created the pressure from the beginning. And they bowled well, they didn't give you a lot of runs. Literally took 2 wickets when he was introduced after the fast bowlers. The pressure was created by the fast bowlers. And then Whitley came in for exchange, picking up the first wicket in his third delivery, and went on to 2 wickets. Then Armory, with the pressure being added to the batsmen, he came on and took another 3 wickets for the Leeward Islands. So it was all set up by the fast bowlers. I think that is where the Leeward Islands have really missed it this morning.
Yeah, really impressive batting at the moment. I know it's not the big sixes or the fours, but they recognize that the field is out and they can just take a single. And they can easily pick up 4 to 6 singles in the over just by doing that. So really impressive batting from these two. There you go again. Easily taken. And you see Jaden Roberts applauding Seeley because, you know, that's the plan. 200 runs is now up for the Barbados team.
Well, they have reached the landmark. 200 is very good batting by these two. They still have 4 wickets intact. And they would feel very comfortable here getting to that total. And these two are still in the crease.
And so we're coming up to that first hour of play, Martin. A drinks break has now been taken, and that's an exceptional session for Team Barbados. They've wrestled their way up to 200 runs this morning. Roberts is on 33 and Seeley is on 55. So a good first hour for Barbados. 200 for 6. So good going by these two. At this moment, we'll take a short break and we'll be back.
level playing field, and welcome back to the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. It's been dubbed Rising Stars, Barbados versus the Leeward Islands. Barbados have propelled their score this morning to 200 for 6. 62 overs have been bowled, and there's a 68 runs partnership between Roberts and Sealy. Sealy has marched on to 55, and Roberts have played a fine inning so far. He's on 33. So we spoke about the depth of the Barbadians and their batting as they continue. Whitley, second over. They have been scoring rather freely, and I welcome Sylvanus Morgan Horn to our commentators' booth. Good morning, Mr. Horn.
Good morning, Martin, and good morning to our viewers and listeners throughout Eastern Caribbean and here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Another keenly contest here at Arnos Vale playing field between these two. All to play for, Martin, all to play for with another day to go.
Whitley continues. .200 for 6, 62 overs bowled. So a very good total here by the Barbadians so far. And I think Morgan, if they get to 250 plus, it would be a difficult task for the Leeward Islanders to get that amount of runs. We're in the second day of this finals. And based on what has occurred prior, I think that the Barbadians will be sitting pretty with that sort of score on the board.
Yes, indeed, Martin. And it's very good to see play having started earlier than scheduled, half an hour earlier. And we've seen Barbados progressing very nicely here, not afraid to put the bad balls away. We have seen the Leeward Islands opted to go for 2 spinners this morning. Martin, you alluded to the moisture in the wicket, how much moisture there would have been overnight. I'm not too sure, but I went out there early and I saw that the pitch was pretty dry with some footmarks there. We'll take more comments after this delivery. Yeah, so I was saying that I believe that the Leeward, having seen the footmarks out there and thought that the spinners would be able to get a lot of porches from their overs this morning, and they opted to go with 2 spinners. But that didn't work for them. We have seen Barbados, both Sealy and Roberts, progressing very nicely, hitting the ball in the V, and has progressed to 200 for the Bajans.
See, this morning the Leeward Islanders started with their spinners. When we started yesterday, they used their pacers, they bowled tightly, kept the pressure on the batters, created that sort of atmosphere where Armory came in and took 3 wickets. But Watley, who's bowling now, he came in and his third delivery picked up the first wicket, got the breakthrough. And the stats from yesterday, if they had looked at the game and how it was played, really, I think that they should have started with the fast bowlers this morning, like they did yesterday, create the pressure on the lower order batsman, which is Sealy and Roberts, and really work from there. But that wasn't done. They started with the spinners. They bowled 13 overs between them, and they went for 62 runs. They are still batting, and Watley has just been introduced to the attack. So I think they missed that little area of their game there this morning, and they paid for it as the game continues here. Barbados have marched on to 200. They are in a pretty comfortable position here as Mackenzie continues to bowl from the southern end for the Leeward Islanders. Another easy single taken here by Roberts. He's just ticking it off.
Yes, Martin, we would have seen these 2 batters, overnight batters, both Sealy and Roberts. They have started very positively. They have been picking up the singles, scoring quite quickly, and they were never afraid to attack. They were mixing aggression with defense, and that has worked well. So the score is now 201 201 for 6.
Another easy single been taken there by Seeley. He's batting solidly. He moves up now to 56. Roberts on 34. These two batting extremely well. 7-wicket partnership. Another easy single. So I think the Leeward Islands are just sitting back and allowing the Barbadians to take control of this game. They finished it yesterday really on top of the game with their nose in front. And this morning the Barbadians have just clipped their wings somewhat. At 202 for 6. This partnership is really putting Barbados in a solid position and creating and actually reversing the pressure onto the Leeward Islanders as Mackenzie continues to bowl from that Beckwith end. He will be bowling to Seeley, who's not out on 55.
Yes, interestingly, the days ended with the Leewards winning that day, and now Barbados coming back and with a positive start have really taken control of this game at this present time. Martin, interestingly to note as well, we have not seen too many fall shots from the Bajans, and that is very good, except for 2 fall shots. Didn't go to hand really, so we wouldn't consider them chances.
Well, they have batted positively this morning. They have scored the runs, but the Leeward Islands have really just sort of given them the opportunity to do so. They never created the pressure, and Seeley and the Roberts just took their chances when the ball was in their half, striking it over the top when the field was in. They didn't risk losing their wickets, and they scored easily, freely, because the pressure wasn't on. It wasn't created by the spinners. So they scored easily and made things very easy for themselves. And they have scored just about 70 runs or so together this morning. And they continue to bat well for Barbados. Leeward Islands have only themselves to blame.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Martin. I take it that they should have started with a spinner and a seamer. And they probably live into regret now. But that's the game of cricket, Martin. You try one strategy and sometimes it works and another time it doesn't work. On this occasion, it didn't work. And here we have now Watley running into bowl.
Another easy single taken by Roberts. Just pushing it to mid-off. As the scoreboard keeps ticking over, ball after ball. The pressure keeps mounting on the Leeward Islanders, knowing that they have to bat here. They have to get these runs. Runs on the board is always a good thing, and Barbados have done that this morning exceptionally. These two has batted positively. Easy runs again. Clipped to mid-wicket there. Fine shot by Seeley, is getting close to the fence. It pulled back there by the fielder. So they pick up another 3 runs. 3 runs to Seeley. 3 easy runs there to Seeley. A really nice shot by him through mid-wicket. Just clipping it off his legs.
Yes, Martin, that was nicely played by Seeley, finding the gap through mid-wicket and picked up 3 lovely runs. And this has been the hallmark of the batters resuming from yesterday, and they have been positive and they've been hitting the ball off the middle of the bat and in the V. Very good batting.
And that one is delicately played down to third man. He's coming back for a second. No, says Seeley. So 1 more run to Roberts. 1 more run to Barbados.
Yes, Martin, I have seen Roberts doing an early knock-up this morning with his coach. I think it's Sherwin Campbell. And he was playing some of these same shots. And he seems to be in good nick. Seems to be a very big hit off the ball as well, as we would have seen him clipping, going the distance and hitting over 2 sixes for the morning.
Yes. This one is hitting the inner portion of the bat. We call that an intelligent edge. Just trickling out to the man at fine leg who comes in and feel another single. So that's the scoreboard keeps ticking over, and every run is so important from here on in for the Barbadians. It creates that pressure on the Leeward Islanders as these two keep batting sensibly, keep marching on here, keep pressing and putting the pressure on the Barbadians, on the Leeward Islanders. As the sun comes out in all his glory and Watley pulls out of his run. And what is really obvious is that the two Leeward Islands fast bowlers, the quickest of the lot, have not touched the ball for the morning, and we have already had an hour's play here. Watley continues, 209. Delicate shot there by Roberts to the man at square cover. No run.
Yes, Martin, and with 4 wickets still standing for the Bajans, these two batters have laid the foundation for those to come after to launch into any attack, and they have a very, very good score at this time so that they could attack whatever bowling is come. As you mentioned, the main bowler for the Leewards has not yet been introduced into the attack.
Watley pulls out of that run again, just not comfortable. So having some problems here somewhat. Just missing his run.
And Martin, it's a very fine day for cricket in contrast to yesterday. As you just mentioned, the sun is out in all its glory. Nothing better than having cricket.
Do agree with you there, Morgan. It's another delivery just outside the leg stump, and Roberts tried to work it through mid-wicket. Stifled appeal. Not out, says the umpire. That brings another over to the end, to its end, and 209 for 6.
Yes.
Roberts on 36, and Seeley is on beaten on 60. Another 40 runs to get to that magic figure. What would be done? Remember, there's just only basically a day and a half remaining in this game. We saw Roberts get into 75 in Cumberland, but they declared. So would they be giving these two an opportunity to get to that 3 figures today? Considering how they are batting here, 1 on 36, 1 on 60.
Yes, well, it's looking that way. As I said, these batsmen continue to bat positively, and they've been scoring very quickly. So getting to the 300 mark is definitely on the cards. What the Leeward will have to do is to find some way of stopping these batsmen from scoring too freely. We have seen not much of an attacking field. There's a lot of spaces in the field, so it's been easier for the Bajan batsmen to just push the ball in the gaps, and where the balls are short or pretty bad, the Bajan will puncture them and have them going to the boundary. But credit to the Bajan batters, and the Leewards again have to find some way of getting a breakthrough. They have not done so yet for the morning.
Well, we see the introduction of Langerford from the Beckway end. That is the end he bowled yesterday. He'll be bowling his first delivery for the morning. This one is driven back past him. A quick single taken there by Seeley. Brings Roberts on strike. And the introduction of the pacers now, when the two batters are really set, 1 on 36 and 1 on 60. Would it work for the Leeward Islanders? They're hoping that it work, but I think that they got it wrong this morning. They should have started with the pacers and then the spinners come in. But is Langerford trying? And this one is hit to the man at deep cover. Pick up another easy single. So the runs are coming here by Will. You know, easy. As it continue to march on here, Barbados 210 for 6.
Yes, very easily indeed. Very easily indeed. And it is known that the Bajans are accustomed to pace bowling, so that with two batsmen being set at the crease now, I don't think we haven't seen any devil in the wickets so far for the morning. So
good shot. Back past the bowler. Passes the man at long on. Goes close to the boundary rope. Fielded there. Another 2 runs to Sealy. 2 runs to Barbados.
And Martin with longer into the attack already. It seems that the Bajan batters are liking to him already. They're playing freely.
Well, they are set. They are set. The spinners have set them this morning. The bowling of Watley have really put them in good stead. And they are just marching on. It would take a good delivery to get one of these batters out, as we see a change in the field. The first slip is now coming out. And he's looking to go somewhere short mid wicket or so. So the Leeward Islanders have gone on the defensive. After 1 hour, we have seen the introduction of 5 different bowlers within an hour plus. As I said, things didn't go as well as they ought to. 2 spinners, now 2 pacers have been added. That of Langerford and Watley. Watley has bowled 3 overs. This is his first over here for Langerford from yesterday.
Interesting field placing. No slips, no gully, just the keeper standing up.
Good delivery just on the off stump. Brings Sealy on his front foot. He's on 63. Roberts on 37. Barbados 213 for 6.
And the partnership keep building, Martin.
Well, the pressure has been reversed. It has now turned on the Leeward Islanders. They're looking to get wickets now to bring themselves back into this game. Straight back past the bowler.
Well, with the uncertainty of the weather pattern, and it has been said that we should expect rain for the rest of the weekend. No doubt Barbados will be looking to bat once, score a big total, and take it from there, Martin.
Well, that's the thing they are pressing on to do here. 213. Good delivery there by Langerford. Just fuller delivery. Brings Sealy on his front foot. Wasn't too comfortable with that one, but that brings you over to an end. 213 for 6. Sealy continues to bat well on 63 and Roberts on 37. Barbados in their first innings here at Arnos Vale. In this the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament. It is dubbed Rising Stars. Barbados really in control of this game.
Definitely, and the Bajan will be pleased of their performance this morning, continuing from yesterday, from where they left off at 132 for 6, and have progressed very positively to 213 thanks to the batting of Roberts and Mackenzie, who have been clipping the ball very nicely and have scored some, Sealy and Roberts, and have scored some 4 boundaries for the morning, including 2 sixes and 2 fours. Watley will continue from the commentator's booth end after a short break.
Well, just to tell you the fielding positions, there's 1 slip, square cover. This one just hit the inner portion of the bat. Easy run again to the man at mid-on. Shows at the stumps. Trying to effect a run out. Not possible because Roberts was already in his crease. There's an extra cover, short extra cover. Long off now comes into mid-on. There's a mid-off, There's mid-on, short mid-wicket. Deep square leg. And a man at fine leg. Watley continues. This one is beating him outside the house. I'm looking to play that delicate shot down to third man. We normally see that's a get-out shot with a slip in place. It's better you just leave that ball alone.
Martin, you yourself being one of the batsmen that bat high up in the order, I'm sure you would be pleased with these batters, even though they're lower order batsmen.
They have batted sensibly. They have taken the chances. They have batted positively as well. And they really have to give them the credit for applying themselves and doing what is required of them. So well done to Seeley and Roberts. This one is driven nicely back past the bowler. Another single. So it's coming easily, just trickling in. They say 1-1 fills the basket. So Barbados is filling their basket with the singles at 215 for 6. They have reversed the pressure on the Leeward Islanders here this morning. The sun is blazing down here at Arnos Vale, so excellent weather for cricket. Defensive. No run this time.
I'm very impressed, Martin, with the batters. They have been really playing each ball on its merit. Been playing the ball along in the V. They've been taking their singles. Just what the doctor orders. Captain should be pleased with this.
Well, the only thing left for them to do is one to get to a half century and one to get to that magic figure as well. And they would be very pleased with their work. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat of Robert. It's running close to the fence. 2 more runs to him. That carries him to 40. And that carries Barbados to 217 for 6. So the pressure keeps building here on the Leeward Islanders. As I said before, their best efforts in batting was 284 all out against the Windward Islands, their first game. And they have been in and around 150 for their next 2 innings that they had completed. This one has been, he's looking to get through mid-wicket. He doesn't hit it cleanly. Is Roberts. He picks up another 2 runs, looking to hit that one over the top. Morgan just hitting the inner portion of the bat, picking up 2 runs through mid-wicket, and that brings you over to an end.
Yes, well, Robert is seeing the ball very clearly now, and he's going for his shots. That ball pitched up, and he tried to hit it over mid-on, gets it through mid-wicket, hitting the inner half of the bat, but was able to pick up 2 runs, no harm done. 2 additional runs to the score, pushes it Barbados up to 219, and on their way to that 3-figure mark, 300 actually. So things are looking ominous for the Leeward Islands, and they definitely would want to have a breakthrough before lunch. In cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. 1 wicket, you never know what could happen there. With 4 wickets in the back, Barbados is still having their eye and going over the 300 mark.
Well, I was told by a coach, when you have a man down, you keep him down. If you have him, your hand in his throat, you make him vomit green. Leewards have allowed the Barbadians to breathe, and they have taken control and they have revived themselves here at Arnos Vale, and they are now in a commanding position of 219 for 6. Compliments Seeley and Roberts. Yesterday, Leacock played a very good hand as well in a 49 wickets partnership between him and Seeley. And they have marched on nicely here. And really, I think Barbados will be looking to bat up until lunch and get as much as possible. These 2, they would love to have them there. But Leewards are looking for a wicket. This one is played nicely. Just open in the face is Seeley to 3rd man. So the Leewards have gone on the defensive. There's a 3rd man. There's a fine leg. A deep cover. Cover point. Short extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket and a man at in front of square. So they have gone on the defensive as Barbados continues to just take their singles, keep the scoreboard ticking.
And we are seeing the Leeward players now cheering on their bowler.
This one is down the leg side. So Tuckett, the wicket keeper, he's a skipper. I think that he handled the side very nicely yesterday. The bowling changes were really good. And he implied his strategies, it worked well. But this morning, I think he really missed a few things and got it wrong. And the Bajans have capitalized. Again, this one is on the left side. Full delivery, just clipping it off. Another easy single. So things are looking very easy here for the Barbadians.
Yes, Martin, I spoke to the skipper of the Leeward Islands a little earlier before the match started today. And I was asking him what is his views going into this match. Today, he's saying, well, they're looking to keep the pressure on. They had a good day yesterday. And they're going to try and ensure that they keep the pressure on Barbados and try and bowl them out under 200. But they have gone past that now.
Army, the big man at short mid-wicket, trying to knock that one down. Not successful, but well backed up by the field at mid-wicket. Army, square leg, we ran around.
I also had a conversation with Terry Adams, the coach of the Leewards, Martin, and I was asking how much practice games they would have had, you know, and he spoke to me, he indicated it would have been difficult, not many.
This one is clipped off his legs nicely. 2 bounces to the man at fighting leg.
I was also asking him about the level of cricket which is played in the Leewards, Martin, and it's interesting to know that they only play 50 over cricket. That again is not sufficient, especially coming into this standard of game. This is the West Indies under 19.
Dot delivery.
Martin, you in your days would have played a lot of cricket, of course.
Well, as you said, based on what is happening, the Leeward Islands, there was 2 years of not having any cricket. So the introduction of cricket again after 2 years plus playing 50 overs, Morgan, just to really bring things into perspective. There are not many teams who have been batting at least 50 overs or so in these tournaments. So,
that's correct.
You know, 50 overs is not bad to be playing to come into a tournament like this. Once you're batting that amount of overs, then you could just give them some game sense scenario to help them to get beyond that 50 overs. But that's not a bad start, but that is not what would be recommended to get into a 3-day tournament. But then there are some other factors that we don't know of, you know.
Definitely.
So unfortunately, didn't get to play 2 or 3 days cricket.
But you reckon that the more cricket is played is better for the youngsters?
Yes. Once you have a team batting 50 overs or so at this level, you know, they normally score runs quickly.
And the longer version of the game, Martin, no doubt will help the players to concentrate for longer periods, give them a chance to bat longer.
This one is being hit over the man at mid-off, into the fence. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Barbados. 216 now, as Sealy continues to bat. For Barbados here, and we continue to see the pressure being torn on by Barbados here with some excellent batting by these 2.
Yes, Martin, and we're seeing Sealy now opening up and playing his shots.
Another one being pulled to square leg. He's out caught. No, it's dropped. A sitter. And that man on the boundary has dropped an opportunity. He has given up opportunity there to get Roberts out. No, it was Sealy. A simple catch, and he spilled it.
Well, we all here in the commentators booth thought that he would have been out, caught. I showed the Leewards was saying, okay, they have gotten their breakthrough now, only to see that the man at backward square leg. Jewel Andrews, dropping that one. Jewel Andrews, dropping that catch. A setter, actually, didn't have to travel too far to his right. And I think, Martin, there, what happened there, he did not employ the right technique. I think it went below, catching below his eyes, they say, as we usually say.
Well, opportunity go on a begging, and this one is driven by Sealy to the man at extra cover. Barbados 228 for 6. Sealy on 72, just been given a life. And Roberts is with him. It's 43. Actually, that's the first catch I've seen being put down in this game. They have been pretty good in the field. Leewards up until now.
Well, the young man must have been disappointed. He has been bowling well for the morning and only to get his first wicket, seeing it going up again.
This one is nicely turned to the man at fine leg. Picks up a single, pushing back for 2. Good running by these two. Good calling. Positive cricket.
That drop catch a while ago by Andrews, it was struck pretty well, but still not as well as Sealy would have wanted it. He was aiming to go over the boundary and for some reason caught the higher part of the bat and really should be taken at that level.
Another delicate shot by Sealy. Easy run again. So the Leeward Islands have not really gotten any momentum this morning. And they have not played the cricket that they had played yesterday. They have just allowed the Barbadians to just bat and bat freely, not creating chances and not creating the pressure, not applying the pressure to the batsman. Barbados have just batted and batted sensibly, hit the bad balls, take the singles, run positively, do what all is required of them. And they are now 231 for 6 after being in 131 yesterday. For that same 6 wickets, these two have batted sensibly up until now.
Indeed, credit to these two batters, Sealy and Roberts. And well said, Martin. You say opportunity only knocks once. Chance going a begging for the Leeward Islands this morning. Catch should have been taken, but went a begging. So you see, like the Leeward Islanders, a bit droopy now on the field and need something. Let's hope we're seeing a change of bowling at the other end, Martin. I'm not sure who.
This is Edwards, the other fast bowler for the Leeward Islands.
Right.
And I was just checking on the score. These two have scored 99 runs so far, just 1 away from that 100 partnership. Excellent batting by these two. Indeed. Edwards have just been introduced for the first time today. This is the other fast bowler. At his edge, no, just beating outside the off stump. I thought they had taken the edge, but you know, it's a good delivery from Edwards. Forced up to Sealy, beating him outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
Yes, very good, very good delivery from Edwards. Change coming in from the southern end, and of course change of pace there as well to Sealy, just outside the off stump, beating the outside edge.
So wicketkeeper Tuckett comes up. This one is played with the soft hands, so that's 100 partnership between these two. 100 partnership between these two. Roberts, he got 43, he's on 43, and Sealy's on 75. 25 away from 100. Roberts is just 7 away. So well played to these two. And they have placed Barbados in a solid position at 232 for 6.
Very good batting indeed by these two Barbadian batters, Sealy and Roberts. They have realized the 100 partnership, batting lower down in the order, laying the platform for the other 4 batters to come. As they continue to pile on the pressure here on the Leeward Islands. We are watching Edwards coming from the southern end now to bowl to Roberts, and Roberts is opening the face, gets it down to 3rd man. 1 run, push the total on to 233.
So a really good game here for Sealy with the bat.
Roberts pushed on to 44.
Edwards this morning, first over. Was looking for him pretty early this morning. He wasn't introduced, but he's here now, trying to do the job. That delivery. He's the tremendous vast of the Leeward Islands team. As you see some similarities in the run-up and also the left arm seamer. He's called the Tremendous Vass. He has a beautiful in-swing and Yorker as well. We have not seen that implemented. But he would love to have a wicket here, is Edwards.
In this tournament, Martin, you've seen quite a bit of left arms.
Yes, indeed. This one is outside the off stump, played again nicely by Seeley. He has really played that late cut or dabbed very nicely. He's really in control of everything here.
And both batsmen begin to look very easy at the crease, Martin. Easy like Sunday morning.
Well, one on 44, one is on 76. Barbados 234. As I said earlier, Leeward Islands only have themselves to blame. Fast bowlers created the pressure yesterday. They didn't start with them this morning. They started with their spinners. 62 runs came off the spinners before there was a change. Lapse in concentration. Another dot delivery. And I think that is where they lost the plot. And the Barbadians has taken advantage of that situation and now marched down to 234 for 6. Seeley has batted like a real boss. Before this game, he had 22 runs overall. He has 77 not out, sorry. And the Roberts, he got himself an half century at Cumberland. He scored 75 not out. So he's looking to get to that 75 and more. And if he does, then Barbados would have a mammoth total here. And the Leeward Islands would really be asked to do a Herculean job here to get to that total that Barbados have placed.
Very sensible batting by these two. Brilliant knock as well.
Just beat him outside the off. Some people have not seen much balls going across the bat. But wicketkeeper Tuckett has taken up the task of coming up to the stumps. Not an easy job to do against fast bowlers, but Watley is just medium pace. There's a square cover, extra cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and the fine leg. Also, there's a third man in Armory, taken by wicketkeeper again.
Well, Seeley doesn't want to do anything rash at this time. He's on 77, no doubt having his eye on the century. And I show Martin, having batted so well all morning, should he get to that magic figure of 100, we may see some fireworks.
Well, he's just playing a good hand, another dab. I think he's just playing a supporting role for Roberts. And I think with the amount of time left in this game, I think he's just hoping that Roberts gets to his half century and then they could kick on from there. Just a day and a half. I think Barbados would need some time to bowl at the Leeward Islanders. With rain and so on in and around, they would like to give themselves some time to do the job.
Yes.
So with that in mind, I think that they would be asking these batters to get to those figures as quickly as possible. You know, because you never know with this weather.
Yes, they both have batted beautifully, supporting each other.
They won't want to eat up too much time here, you know, knowing that the weather is around and they have batted so nicely to 235 for 6. Just to remind you that the Leeward Islands' best score in the tournament so far was 284 against the Windwards in their first game. They have been hovering around 150 from since then. This one is nicely turned off the legs by Roberts. I think they should be running a little bit more aggressive, looking to put more pressure on the feelers. These two.
Partnership now realizing 104, Martin. That shows tremendous concentration and how these batters have been scoring quickly since the start of play.
Really no pressure being added to them as well. by these bowlers. Singles, boundaries, coming at wood. Again, easy single. No pressure. Sealy has played that shot about 5 to 6 times in the last 2 overs or so.
Yes, it's very easy batting now out there for the Bajans. We have not seen anything to trouble the batsman up to this very time. They've been playing the ball on its merit, as I said before, and they continue to do that. We have not seen any rash aggression from both batters, except for 1 or 2 earlier, the innings against the spinner, a fall shot. And that has been it. They have been continuing to bat and taking over the scoreboard.
Well, it's been easy cricket for Barbados here this morning. Easy cricket, no pressure at all from the Leeward Islanders. As Edwards continue, easy batting. A different game being played here by the Leeward Islanders. They played a very good game yesterday. Bowl tight, bowl one side of the wicket, keep the pressure on the batters. And then the spinners came into the attack, got wickets, fast bowler, medium pacer, got wickets, and played a really good game from the time the game started right up to the end of play, except for that partnership between Leacock and Sealy, who is now not out on 80. That is when the Barbadians fought their way back into the game, and now this morning they started and they have moved on now to 238 for that same 6 wickets. So kudos to these 2 batters. They have done exceptionally well. And
looking at Edwards Martin, he doesn't have a high action. He seems to be a bowler that skids on.
yes, he does. He has a wrong arm action, bustling run. So just to remind you that you're looking at West Indies under 19 cricket here at Arnos playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is also being sponsored by the National Lottery Super 6. It has been dubbed Rising Stars. We have seen some bright stars in this tournament. Those are the likes of Dawn, a 15-year-old from Barbados, getting a century on his debut game in Cumberland. He has not kicked on from then. In this game, Roberts, he scored a half century as well in Cumberland. That's what I've seen. There were a couple more good scores in this tournament. Seen the fast bowlers of another Dawn from Guyana, young fast bowler. We have Langerfoot from the Leewards. Taken down the leg side. Yeah, I've seen some good prospects in this tournament.
Martin, you talked about fast wicket and slow wickets. Would you consider this one to be a very slow track?
Well,
Some fast bowlers like to have that wicket where they could really zip the ball off. And looking at Edwards, medium built, not too tall a bowler, not too quick either, but seems to be extracting some pace when he really bends his back.
Well, Arnesville is known to be a batting track. And if bowlers could really put the effort in, they would get the results. So another delivery down the leg side. We have not seen much of those, but that brings you over to an end. And a lot of runs have been scored on Arnesville playing field. But it's an even surface, in my opinion. You can get wickets, you can score runs, but you have to do the work at Arnesville. Yes, and throughout the Caribbean, really, we were known for our fast wickets and our fast bowlers. These days, we have not seen those sort of wickets being produced. And I think that's one of the issues that we are having with having good fast bowlers. They have no assistance from the wicket. So you're not really encouraging them to bowl fast and so on. So we have good medium pacers, but no out and out fast bowlers we see coming through. I think that is a problem for us in the West Indies. We need to look at our wickets and the wickets that we are producing. That's my opinion, you know.
We're having a change from this end, Martin, and we now seeing who Amory coming back into the attack. Yes, and speaking about wickets and having good fast bowlers, I have seen when it was cricket in those days, we break as Amory comes in outside the house, some plays down to squarish cover, no run. I've seen in a match, Windies versus Barbados, right here at Arnos, Vale, good old Vincent Davis, extracting extreme pace out of this wicket.
This one is flighted and looking to go over the top sealy. 1-2 bounce. Fielded by the man at extra cover. Didn't get hold of that one.
Yes, and Davis was bowling to the greatest openers in the world, Gordon, Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, and he had them ducking and fending and playing and missing. I've seen him taking off the Lawrence Road helmet as well.
Well, we could remember Arnesville at those times had 2 strips. These days we have 6.
Indeed.
6 strips. We have improved the amount of wickets. But Arnesville was a really fiery track. Quick outfield as well. Cricket was really on fire in the West Indies. Had some good pacers, good batters. We were wall beaters.
And as you rightly say, you really need to have good bowlers to really test the wicket to see exactly if is it that it's generally slow because of the soil or is it because of the quality of bowlers we have now.
So Amory has just been introduced as we get close to that second hour of play. Barbados 240 for 6. 240 for 6, Amory, chief wicket taker. He's an off spinner.
Seems to be bowling a better line and length in that over, Martin. This is his second spell and he seems much in control.
Well, that's the end of his over. That's the end of the second hour here at Arnesville. You're looking at West Indies Under-19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands. Day number 2. Barbados 240. They were overnight 131. They have marched down to 240. We have Sealy on 81 not out and Roberts on 40. So we'll be back here as the drinks break is being taken and we would continue coverage here at Arnesville. So we'll see you back in a few minutes or so.
welcome back here at Arnsville as we look at Edwards running in from the south. Resumption after the second break. This is our first hour, our last hour before lunch, and I have with me Stacey Ann. Good morning, Stacey.
Good morning again, Mr. Sylvanus Horn. Yes, Edward, he's opting to go over the wicket. Left hand pacer going over the wicket to Roberts. Roberts and Seeley, they've batted quite well this morning, Mr. Horn.
Yes, indeed, and they continue to set the pace for Barbados with the eye on a very big total here. As this delivery is punched through the covers, it's running down to deep mid-off. Batsman cross for 1. That's all there will be.
Yeah, smart batting from Roberts. Just giving himself some room. He knows that the left-hand pacer coming around him, the angle will go away from him on that occasion. There was some bunks. He gave himself some room and played it to the cover area. He didn't get 4, but a good shot from Roberts.
Seeley will take strike. He's on 81, 73 overs. Been bowled thus far. And it's very, very impressive to see how the Bajan has go about their task this morning, Stacey.
Yes, I know you guys had a discussion about the things that the Leeward Islands may have missed. They have tried a lot of things this morning. Here we see Edward opting to go over the wicket. You know, they're definitely trying things, but credit must go to the way the Barbados batters.
This delivery on the pads, turn it down to a fine leg. Batsman cross for 1. They come back for a second run. That's 2 runs to Seeley.
Yes, good footwork by Hilroy Andrew and that fine leg boundary, cutting that off. Yeah, just 2. But what I was saying is credit must go to the Barbados batters, the way they've gone about their business this morning. You see, when the field is set back, they play it along the ground, they take the single. When the fielders are up, they take their chances and they go over the top. So playing some mind games with the fielders, and it's worked out quite well for them this morning.
So the Leewards have their work cut out for them as we watch Edwards left arm over with this delivery. Seeley is opening the face, running it down to third man for another single. He moves up to 84, and the total for Barbados move up to 244 for 6. 244 for 6 Barbados. These two have batted quite well. They have been there from the start of the morning. The Leewards has tried all different strategies, still hoping for a breakthrough. We watch Edwards in bright sunshine. Short, stays down to third man again for another single. This time by Roberts. Score now is 245. And yes, Stacey, there's not much in the wicket, but we see the quicker ball of the Leewards. Of course, that's the hallmark of a pacer, but I think he should use his short ball sparingly. So Edwards turns from the backway end. Seeley looks up. Short, he pulls, gets it to mid-wicket. They cross for 1. That's all there will be. Yes, so Stacey, I was making the point that the Leeward started with twin spin this morning from both ends. That didn't work for them, and then they went to their seamers again. They did not, or were not able to get the breakthrough for them. We're seeing the quicker bowler, Edwards, operating from the southern end, and he starts chopping it a bit short at this time.
Yes, the scores moved up to 246 for 6. And yes, it's definitely a plan that they have decided that they're going to go with. But Edward, he's a smart operator. So he won't just bowl it short every delivery. He won't just bowl every delivery short. He'll also bowl some full deliveries as well. So you'll see that probably from the next over that he bowls. But he was probably just testing things out, testing out the batters with that short pitch delivery. Amory continues to Seeley.
Yes, well, the Leewards still looking for that breakthrough. Have spin at one end and pace at the other end. So the batsmen will have to be adjusting to these different pace. And here is Sealy going over the top, and this is clearing the boundary at long off for a massive 6. Well played, well hit.
Yes.
Indeed, a very good shot, Stacey.
Yes, the 250 comes up with that shot from Sealy. Brilliant form from the young man, just holding his shape to get it up and over the field. And that's what I was talking about. When the field is up, they take their chance and they go up and over. And now we see the fielder is back. Charles back on the boundary. So we very might see a single being played along the ground.
Sealy at 91. He drives, full toss. Didn't get it as he would like. Short mid-off fields. Emery to Sealy, and he is working the ball to the onside, but good stop there by the man at mid-on, running wrong to straightish mid-on position. No run. Sealy, with his eye on 100, is on 91, and for this delivery is coming forward and plays out easily to mid-off. There's no rush of blood of Sealy's Stacey. And he continued to battle here for Barbados. And here he is, driving down to long on for a single.
Yes, smart cricket by these two so far this morning. When the field is back, they just take a single unless they need to. Absolutely no risk from these two this morning. Yes, there was a drop catch. Sealy was dropped on 72, I think, of the bowling of Watley, Joel Andrew, dropping that catch on the square leg boundary. But apart from that, you haven't really seen any chances given from these two.
Indeed, my dear friend Stacey, and to see these batters concentrating and been batting for long periods, and this is exactly what the West Indies, even at the senior level, will want to see players coming through these tournaments, taking their time, occupying the crease, applying themselves, and batting very long.
Yes, definitely. And given how things went yesterday, Leeward Islands, they were on top. Sealy came to the wicket with a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he's shown what he's made of. Quite resilient from him, staying and batting, forming a partnership with Leacock late yesterday, and now a big partnership, 121 runs to be exact, with Roberts. So good going by Sealy, standing up and batting for his team when they were in some trouble late yesterday.
So Edwards with no slip in place, short, and Sealy is turning this one on the onside. And the wicket runs around fields. A single resulted, 253 for 6. Sealy goes up to 92. Roberts, he is approaching his half century. He has batted well, giving good support to Sealy. Both batters all morning have demonstrated their ability to bat for long periods. They have not shown any sign of tiring. And for this delivery, Roberts is guiding it down to squarish cover. Cover runs around to his left. Single resulted.
And what we've seen from these two is the ability to play behind the wicket as well, and that's key. You know, when fielders are in key position in front of you and a certain delivery is bowled, the mere fact that you can glide it down behind the wicket to get a single, to get off strike, that's good going from these two as well. Good cricket by Sealy and Roberts.
Here is Sealy turning this one. Fine leg. Again, another single. And this again has been another feature of the batters this morning. They've been taking the singles, they've been walking the ball off the square, they've been picking up the singles, they've been running freely. Of course, there are lots of gaps in the field, Stacey, so it make it quite easier. Would you like to see some more pressure applied, you think? as we look at Edwards runs in and bowl, and here is Roberts in defense. No run.
Yes, of course, you definitely like to see a tighter field setting. However, 75 overs have been bowled. Both batters, they've shown they're not afraid to go up and over. So it's a tough decision by the captain, and he's looking at saving as much runs as possible. But I think what he should be looking to do is get wickets as well. So a lot of questions for Captain Bowen Tuckett to answer. The first thing is, how do you get a wicket, and which bowler can provide that for you? He's gone back to Edward, who is one of his quicker bowlers. You saw Amory, who has been the wicket taker for them so far. He's been bowling alongside Edward. We saw Landeford, he had a spell as well this morning. So he's definitely trying things, definitely searching for the wickets. But so far, none of the bowlers have really given him anything to say, let me employ a tighter field set. So far, saving the run seemed to be the most important thing, because every time you see the field gets up, the batters, they go up and over the field with ease. So it's tough for the captain what to do in this situation.
Skipper Tucker must be wondering what to do, as Amory starting a new over, bowling to Sealy, and he's forward. There is no run, laid out easily on the offside. It must have been quite disappointing for the Leewards this morning. And here is Sealy playing this one up to long on for another single, carrying his tally up to 95. The score moves up by 1 to 257 for 6. Roberts will take strike. He's on 49, and no doubt will be looking to have that half century for this delivery. Here is Roberts driving. Misfield by the fielder at cover. It runs without runs around. And there he is. Roberts. Lovely knock by him. He has played well. He has given great support to his fellow batter, Sealy, and now he has bring up his half century with a drive through the offside. He's now on to 51.
Yes, good going by Roberts. I saw him signaling someone out in the stands. I believe it's his father who told me he flew up Thursday to see the final.
How nice it is to have your father supporting. And here is Roberts driving handsomely and powerfully straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Lovely shot. After that 50, we have seen him all morning. Has the ability, Stacey, to attack the bowling. He has been mixing aggression with defense. And here he is opening up his arms and hitting straight back for 4. Let's see how he responds to this delivery from Amory. He is forward, playing it on the onside. Short mid-wicket, runs around and field, no run.
Yes, that was a marvelous shot played by Roberts. Almost a trademark shot of his. He loves to go straight down the ground.
And here he is, punches. 2 mid-off. 1 run. It's now 264 Barbados, 264 resuming from their overnight tally of 132 for 6. And they have really, with these two at the wicket, Sealy and Roberts, been putting the pressure on the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands, Stacey, look very flat out there, as far as I'm concerned. And they would be hoping. They have gotten one chance, which went a begging at Backwood Square. Catch should have been taken, but they now have to.
Yeah, they have doubled their score. Mr. Hahn, from overnight they were on 132 and now 264. They have doubled their score 2 hours into the day's play. So exceptional batting from Barbados this morning, from Roberts and Sealy. And doubling their score this morning, you might be thinking how much more can they get before probably tea today, and that might be an aim of theirs, maybe after lunch as well. You might see them stepping on things soon, so that they could put a mammoth total on the board. Jewel Andrew is being introduced into the attack from the Beckway end.
For this delivery, as he bowls Roberts, who is playing it down to long off for another single, easy single. So the Leewards starting the day with much anticipation that they will be able to bowl the Bajans out for under 200. That is not the case now. The Bajan has batted well and has pushed on to 265 and continue to pile on the pressure here as Joel Andrews comes in to Seeley, who is guiding this ball down to third man for another single, taking his tally now to 96. Seeley on to 96.
Yeah, one thing the Leeward Islands team can look to do is every time Seeley is on strike, probably try to apply some pressure to him. He's in the 90s, just take away those easy singles. He looks as if he's happy to just take an easy single and get his 100 up. So apply some pressure when he's on strike in particular. A tighter set field, just force him to go up and over. He's been doing that quite well, having said that, but that might be a ploy for the Leeward Islands.
Couldn't agree to you more, Stacey, as this ball from Andrews again is played down to third man. There's no slip. Cover runs around and field. One more to Roberts.
Yes, a slower ball was bowled there by Andrews. So the Leeward Islands, they're definitely trying a lot of things. But the wicket is very good to bat on Mr. Hahn.
Yes, definitely. It's very flat right now. And we look forward to see how the Bajans are going to bowl when their turn comes and how the Leewards is going to respond. This ball is outside the off stump. True to the keeper. No run. Congratulations to Nathan, Seeley, and Roberts. They have batted quite well so far. Seeley having his eye on that 100 as he faces up to Andrews and his forward plays out on the onside. There is no run. And Stacey, from the last game, Guyana versus Jamaica, we have seen it's Ramnath who scored 107 not out.
No, he was out.
107?
Yeah, but he was out.
He was out, and then there was his other partner on 86. Yearwood, but didn't get the century because of rain.
Yes, 267 for 6, 77 overs bowled. Seeley, 96, close to that 100 mark, and Robertson, 57, supporting him quite well.
Well, it's pretty cool out there. At least the cricketers would enjoy that for now. But good weather conditions for cricket. As we see that over from Andrews come to an end, and Amory is going to pick it up from this end. Barbados, perhaps looking to score 300 before the luncheon interval. Seeley would like to get his century before he goes to lunch as well. He's on 96. You have sufficient time to do that. 78 overs bowled so far. We remind you that we have lost quite a bit of play yesterday.
Yeah. Seems to be there's going to be a discussion with the captain and the two umpires, umpire Shannon Crawford from Guyana making his way over to umpire Christopher Wright from Jamaica. They're having a discussion with the captain, Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
Seems like it has something to do with the ball. We don't know yet, but we're waiting. There's some refreshment for the batters. While that is happening, seems like that has settled now, so there's no change of ball and they'll continue.
Yeah, maybe a complaint from Amory from this end about the ball. They had a word with the captain. He's like, everything is okay. He's going to have a word with Amory.
Well, the ball, 78 overs being bowled now. This is the 79th over to be bowled by Emery. Roberts taking his guard. Umpires are in position again as we see some adjustment being done to the field. So all is well, Emery comes in and bowled. And here is Roberts going over the top into the mid-wicket region for another 6.
He has pitched up again, and I was tugged over the long on boundary for 6. He loves going straight down the ground, and usually when he connects, it goes for 6 runs.
Yes, Stacey, and we see him taking a change of guard just now, so that signals what he is about to do. So he's definitely aiming to go over the top a little bit more. And here he is driving through the offside. Deep extra cover for a single. To move his tally now on to 64. The total goes up by 1, 274 for 6 Barbados. Against the Leeward Islands here at the Arnos Vale playing field. In this West Indies Rising Star under 19. And here it is. The first wicket has come. Emery very jubilant. Ball tossed up. And I think, so sad to see Sealy goes. He has missed out on that magic figure of scoring 100. He has fallen to Emery. Caught on ball for 96. Stacey.
Yeah, it was a slow delivery. He was through the shot, just looking to punch it down the ground. Instead, he got an edge that looped up to Emery, who juggled it about 3 times before he held on with those big hands of his. He loves a celebration, Emery.
He walks out very dejected now. Takes the leading edge of that ball, taking the leading edge and going straight back to the bowler. And at one time he fumbles. I thought he has dropped it, but he held on in the second attempt.
Yeah, Sealy must be crestfallen at this time. Just falling 4 short of his 100. Another batter falling short of 100. It reminds me of Jordan Johnson for Jamaica, who fell short of 100 in that first game against the same opposition, Barbados, actually. So quite disappointed. You saw Jaden Roberts, he went down on his knees as that ball went up in the air and the catch was taken. But both of them have batted quite well for Barbados so far. So some disappointment for Barbados, Sealy not being able to carry on and make his 100. Unfortunate for the young man, but Leeward Islands, they have the breakthrough that they have been seeking all morning.
Yes, indeed. And the young man walking back dejected. Didn't get his 100, falling short by 4 runs. He out for 96, cotton ball Emery. So the Leeward has got their first breakthrough. Nathan Sealy, cotton ball by Emery for 96. Total now 274 for 7. We get the stats for Sealy in a while. How long he has batted.
Yes, the new batter is Tariq O'Neill. So left arm, it's a spin bowler. He bats well as also for Barbados. They have a deep batting lineup.
And for this delivery, O'Neill is forward. He's a left-hander.
Yes, at the end of the over, the score is 274 for 7. Unfortunate scenes for the Barbados fans as Sealy, who fought so hard yesterday and this morning for Barbados, fell just 4 short of 100. He definitely deserved that. But Emery, the man of the moment, he has picked up 3 wickets yesterday and picked up another wicket this morning to get things back on track for Leeward Islands.
Yes, Stacey, and Sealy would have batted for his 96 of 159 deliveries. Very good batting by the youngster. Unfortunately, he did not get to that magical figure. Amory doing the breakthrough for the Leewards. So the Leewards now must be heartened by this wicket.
Yes.
Robert is still there, plugging away. He's on 64. He has been aggressive and he has mixed aggression with defense all morning. So we see him facing up now. Very solid in defense, pushes out on the offside.
Yes, Joel Andrew is continuing from the Beckway end.
And of course, the Leewards would have wished that this breakthrough would have come a bit earlier. But Barbados well set on a big total as Andrews bowled. Andrews bowled a careless shot, I would think, from Roberts. One bring two, and this is what happens. That ball was pitched up full length, and here is Roberts looking to guide it down, and I think he played outside of it, Stacey.
Yes, it was a full delivery, and it's similar to how he played that ball before that he hit into the covers. He was standing away, he was standing on the leg stump, and his feet was nowhere really, and that delivery just came back in being full and caught him off guard. You can really say he was caught off guard by that delivery coming back into him. So a well played knock by Jaden Roberts, and he departs for 64.
Yes, and I think it was a lapse in concentration by Roberts. He was just casual making that shot. Full length ball, and he just leave the gap, and it came through the gap and bowled, licking out off stump. But well played by youngster. He's been there, batting all morning solidly, and he now bowled, going for 64, bowled by Joel Andrews.
Yes, Johan Lane has now made his way to the middle. He too can hold a bat for Barbados.
So Johan Lane, the new batsman, in. So success for the Leeward Islanders. They have been plugging away all morning without a wicket, and now we have seen the first breakthrough coming from Amory. And now we have Andrews having the second breakthrough for the Leewards, operating from the southern end. So here is Andrews to Johan, and he plays on the onside and is off the mark right away. Total now goes up to 275. Barbados losing their second wicket this morning. Total now 275 for 8.
Yes, and you said you spoke to the captain of Leeward Islands team and he wanted to restrict them to less than 200. Now he should be looking to restrict them to less than 300. They are 25 runs away from that. He just picked up the two big wickets. Has been doing all of the damage this morning. Seeley and Roberts, two new batters in the middle. So an opportunity for Leeward Islands to keep things under 300.
Yes, indeed. And if Barbados ever had thoughts of declaring their innings, that is not the case now. They'll have to rethink their strategy again. With two new batsmen at the wicket, we are now seeing the energy from the Leeward Islands, and we are seeing a little more attacking feel from the skipper. We're seeing a cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on short and mid-wicket, fine leg. Man and the third man, Bungry. As this delivery from Andrews is wide, signaled by umpire. Batsman didn't have to play.
It's too wide from Andrew. I see his plan. He's just trying to keep it away from the arc of these batters. Two new batters in the middle, Tariq O'Neill and Johan Lane. But he might do well with just attacking the stumps, attacking the pads of the batters, try to pick up another wicket rather than be defensive at this point in time because it's two new batters in the middle.
This delivery here is O'Neill pushing out into the covers. There is no run. This is quite noticeable since Andrews was introduced into the attack that he has been pitching the ball up, something that we have not seen from the other bowlers that much.
Yes, he's not express pace by any means. So when you're bowling at that medium pace, the best thing to do is pitch it up and attack the stumps. And that's what Andrew has been doing quite well for his team and his captain.
Andrews, right arm. And here is O'Neill. He's on to cover, missed by cover there. And there's another miss, and the batsman were able to come to true. Sloppy feeling there by the Leewards.
Yes, a bad miss, first of all, by the man at point, Michael Graves, the vice captain. Then went on to the man at the third man boundary, and he wasn't able to pick it up cleanly. And you just picked up 2 wickets, so you need to be able to press on here and save as many runs as possible and apply the pressure back to the Barbados team.
Come on, vice skipper, you're easing up the pressure on Barbados when you're supposed to be really turning the screws on, having just 2 wickets, gaining some success, having toiled all morning.
Yeah, and they were really pumped yesterday. They were exceptional in the field. Lots of diving stops and saves and some good catches. And today they are falling short of that.
278 for 8, Barbados. We have just seen the fall of 2 wickets. 2 batters of resuming from yesterday.
Amory is going to bowl to Johan Lane. He's on 4 wickets. Need another one for a 5er.
And for this delivery, there's a big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. This delivery was just pitched on about off some turning, the batsman, striking him probably a little high on the pad and trickles down to first slip. No run.
Yeah, he's gone back to 2 deliveries. He has to be mindful about playing on the back foot to Amory. He bowls a very straight ball, bowls a lot of his deliveries straighter, and then he brings in that off-spinning delivery that comes back in.
Here is this delivery, turning back in, beating the keeper. Short fine leg runs around and field, resulting in a single. It's now 279 for 8. It's by signal by the umpire. Beautifully bowled, Stacey.
Yes, he has a great setup, Amory, and he's a smart operator. He has played for the West Indies under-19 team. He played in that World Cup that was contested in the Caribbean recently. So he knows what he's about. He understands his craft.
O'Neill on strike. And for this delivery, he is taking the outer part of the bat and running down to first slip. Well bowled again, Amory. And I find Amory has now picked up his length and line, and he is troubling the batsman just on about off stump.
Is there the declaration from... No.
Is it the declaration?
It appears as if...
Yes.
On the eve of lunch. That's interesting. Just 9 minutes or so to go before lunch, and there's a declaration from Barbados.
Yes, there is the declaration now. So the Barbadians have decided to declare the innings at 279 for 8.
Yes, the way this
thereby denying the Leewards.
The way the tournament is set up, you get bowling points and you get batting points. So Barbados, they have earned a batting point by passing 250 already. So they've decided they're not going to let Leewards get that bowling point. They have accumulated some points, the Leewards, already by Watley picking up those 2 wickets, fast bowling points for that matter. So the Barbados team, they have declared, interestingly, 279 for 8. I believe with this sudden declaration, just about 8 minutes before lunch, we'll probably have an early lunch here, Mr. Hahn.
Yes, definitely. It's an early lunch here, and we wait to see what transpires in this afternoon play. Barbados, as we remind listeners, resumed their innings this morning at 132 for 6. They went on to score 279 declared, 279 for 8 declared. 2 wickets falling this morning, one to Amory and one to Edwards. We had Seeley went on from his overnight score of 25. He went on to score 96, and his other partner, Roberts, he scored 65. Stacey, these batters would have done well in ensuring that the Barbados got over to the 200 mark.
Yes, and they were under some pressure yesterday. They ended the day on 132. They have amassed a total of 279, putting on 147 runs this morning, largely because of a brilliant partnership between Roberts and Seeley. Seeley falling just 4 shots of his 100, a young man. He really deserved that 100. He played exceptionally well for his team, and Roberts falling behind him for 64. Bowling of Amory, he picked up 4 wickets, and Andrew picked up that other wicket this morning. Bowling Roberts for 64.
So here at the Annisville playing field, the news is that Barbados have declared their innings at 279 for 8. We will take the break and we will be back with you in the next. Waiting whether we would have lunch now. We are waiting on the confirmation as to whether we'll have an early lunch or. But just to say that the Barbados innings have been declared at 279 for 8. They have lost 2 wickets since the start of play today. The only 2 wickets to have fallen would have been Seeley, going for 96, 4 short of his century, and Roberts, Jaden Roberts, for 64.
Yes, and because that declaration was made about 8 minutes before lunch, good on the umpires, they decided to take an early lunch, just about 8 minutes before the regular lunch interval. So 279 for 8. We are definitely in for an absorbing second day. The afternoon of the second day. We'll be back after the lunch break in about 40 minutes. So thank you for tuning in so far in the morning, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Arnosville Playing Field, where we are here witnessing the final game between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Barbados, just before lunch, declared 279 for 8, 279 for 8 after starting the morning at 131 for 6. They declared the innings at 279 for 8. A really good comeback by them. We had Sealy. He got out at 96, unfortunately. Soft dismissal. We had Roberts, who also got a rather soft dismissal as well. He was bowled for 64. They had this morning a partnership, yesterday between Leacock and Sealy of 49 for the 6th wicket. And this morning between Sealy and Roberts, 142. And that brought Barbados to their total of 279 for 8 declared. Stacyan is here with me as Leeward Islands would start their reply to this 279. A good comeback by Barbados. Forced delivery from fast bowler from Barbados.
There's some movement away there from Johan Lane. Full delivery, but some movement, noticeable movement away from the batter. Malik Walsh was in the wicket with Tariq Charles.
So Lane with the second delivery. It's played to fine leg. Fielded by the ever-energetic Leacock. Good throw into the wicketkeeper. So Leewards are off to a start here in this, their first innings. Replying to Barbados 279. They are one without loss. 2 deliveries have been bowled by Lane, the leading fast bowler for Barbados. So that brings Charles into strike. Walsh is off the mark. Finals of this West Indies Under-19 tournament, sponsored by the National Lottery here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and West Indies Cricket Board. It is dubbed the Rising Stars. We had some star-like performances this morning from Roberts and Sealy for Barbados. But it's Lane with the number 23 on his back, bowling for Barbados. And that one is a lifting delivery. And Charles is not too comfortable with that. And the Barbadian team is really hype as they continue to cheer Lane on here. This is the finals. Winner takes it all.
Yes, and you'll expect that from the Barbados team. They had a tactical declaration declaring at 279 after securing some batting points, and they denied Leeward Islands any further bowling points. Leeward Islands, of course, picking up fast bowling points by way of Watley and Joel Andrew, picking up 3 wickets between them. So they denied any further inroads from the bowlers of the Leeward Islands team.
Well, the Barbadians have set a very good target here for the Leeward Islands. They would have to get 280. It is asking them to score the second highest score they have to score in this tournament. They scored 284 against the Windies on this park. Short lifting delivery down the leg side lane. He would like to get that one on the body of Charles. Charles, not a very big fella. Lane, he has some height, lanky fast bowler from Barbados, played for the under-19 team already, West Indies. There is 4 slips, square cover, a man at short mid-off, a short leg, short mid-on, and the fine leg. Lane with the number 23 on his back. Short lifting delivery, brings the short leg into play. Good start here for the Barbadians by Lane. And a good entertaining over so far by the youngster.
And right away, you see the difference in the tactics with the use of the short ball. Barbados team, they have that short leg in play, putting doubt in the batter's mind to come up on his toes and defend. And they also have that fine leg as well. So some difference in the tactics by both captains. So good to see from Barbados ensuring that someone is there under the lid for that short pitch delivery. And Leacock, the man with the pep in his step, as Kenroy Martin refers to him as. Jaden Leacock, who had a brilliant partnership with Nathan Seeley, really dug Barbados out of some trouble that they were in yesterday. He has the ball in his hand now, and he's hoping that he can do some damage with the ball for his team.
Well, the Leeward Islanders did drop the ball this morning. In my opinion, they should have started with the fast bowler and even spinner, or the two fast bowlers. They didn't do that. They started with the spinners. They paid for that dearly. 279 on the board. They have to bat and bat for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. But it's Leacock with the ball in his hand for Barbados. Walsh is just solidly behind of that delivery. Not much pace from Leacock. Easily played by Walsh.
That delivery he bowled, almost like looking at a mirror from Nathan Edward. They have a similar action, just mean Leacock is right-handed. If you look at the way he runs in, it's similar to the way he bustles into the crease, similar to Nathan Edward from the Leeward Islands team.
This one is driven back. So Barbados with the tails up after scoring 179 for 8 declared. This would be a big batting effort here required from the batters of the Leeward Islands team to get to this total. It's a good batting track. All you need to apply yourself. Oh, lifting delivery outside the yard. Some pace on that one, Stacey. 4 slips, square cover, short mid-off. A man under the bat, call him short leg, and a short mid-on. And there's a fine leg. So Leacock would be looking to bowl just on that 4th stump or half stump with 4 slips in place, looking for that outer edge or get through the defense of Walsh. Again, leaving him outside the half stump. Walsh just pulling his bat inside of that. Another good delivery by Leacock.
Yes, he runs in and he hits the deck hard, so you also would expect him to bowl that surprise short pitch delivery to the batter. But so far he's bowling an exceptional line and length, leaving the right-handed batter.
So exciting game on hand here. This one is just coming down on the off stump, and Walsh is equal to the task. Good balance. Just playing that one softly into the man at our shot. So we have not seen a slip cordon like this for a very long time, Stacey, and 4 slips reminds you of the old time cricket. West Indies, Joel Garner. This one is punched to backward point, races down to the fence. Walsh is off the mark. 4 runs to him. A very good shot by him, well controlled by the youngster Walsh.
Yes, wider delivery from Leacock, and Walsh got on his toes and played that one past the point fielder. So good start from Walsh. First boundary of the Leeward Islands innings.
Well, a good boundary it is for Walsh. I've seen him in a couple of games prior, and he looks good to the fast bowlers. He gets the start that he needs, but the thing is that he doesn't carry on. So the Leeward Islands would want him to carry on in this game, at least carrying his tally at least 50 plus. He's gotten to the 20s and so on, but then he gets out. But this Charles will be battling against Lane. Lifting delivery outside the off stump, a good delivery, good corridor. good area to be bowling is lane. He has some experience under his belt, Stacey. Huh?
Yes, we've already mentioned he has played for West Indies under-19 team, along with a few others here in the tournament, namely Nathan Edward, Unaji Amory, and the captain of the Leeward Islands team, Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
Barbadian boasting 4 slips. Fast bowler lane. This one is left outside the half stump. So if you missed it this morning, Barbados resumed 131 for 6. They were boosted by a 7th wicket partnership between Seeley and Roberts, 142. And with that boost in their batting, it took them up to 279, where they declared just before lunch for 8. Short lifting down to fine leg, another single. Score moves up by 1 to 6.
Yes.
So Leeward Islands, batters not off to a flying start, but they have looked good so far batting the fast bowlers.
Yes, this is the third over of the innings so far. I haven't seen the Leeward Islands play, unfortunately, in this tournament. This is my first time looking at them play. And so far, both of these batters seem technically sound.
Walt is solidly behind that ball again. Walt is a stylish right-hander. Full of confidence he is. Leeward Islands batsmen looking to just bat through this period, have a good start, setting a platform for the others to come. Good line again by Lane, asking questions of Walsh, hitting the bat hard as well.
Yeah, so far Walsh, he gets on top of it nicely, on top of the bunks nicely, and he plays it quite late, right under his eyes. So good signs for the opening batter.
There's no devil in this wicket, really. We have not seen any delivery really take off, none bouncing awkwardly. You know, it has been a good batting strip. Cheeky single being taken by these two, so good calling and good response there from Charles. Another single to the total.
Yes, it's 7 without loss at the end of the third over. We've seen how important partnerships are. There was one for 49 and in the Barbados innings, and then 142, which really took the game away from the Leeward Islands when they were on top. So the Leeward Islands, they have to apply that same pressure to the Barbados team and build some big partnerships.
Guess the word for the Barbados team is be patient, do the basics properly, stick to one side of the wicket and be patient as Leacock approaches. Walsh, number 6 on his back, maroon helmet. Four slips, well, 3 slips now, a gully, square cover, short mid-off, fine leg, short mid-on. This one is lifting, drop catch by the wicket keeper. That one pitched just on the off stump, leaving Walsh, hit the edge, and the wicket keeper has spilled the first opportunity given to him here.
Yes, Leacock ran off in dramatic fashion. He was in between celebrating and disappointment, really, as he ran off in celebration. However, the catch was spilled by the captain, Nima Bolden. First opportunity goes for the Barbados team, finding that edge of Walsh. She was quite stylish, but beautiful delivery from Leacock in the channel there, corridor of uncertainty. Walsh, he's playing that shot now. He should have been looking to leave it alone. Instead of that, he found the edge, but it was spilled. So he lives to fight another day, Walsh. Unfortunate for Leacock.
Well, after walking out to the sweeper's position, Leacock is back in his position. Disappointment for him. Skipper diving to his right. It was a quick delivery as well. And just couldn't hold on. So a chance going up begging here. Early days. Good opportunity. This would have been an excellent time to get a wicket. That of a Walsh, but it's not to be. As Leacock tries again. This one is driven nicely through covers. They're gone for one. They're back for a second.
Yes, better from Walsh coming forward with purpose on that occasion rather than being flat-footed and getting that into the gap for 2 runs.
Well, that opportunity, that was a ball just on the off stump. Jaw Walsh on his front foot. He played, hit the outer portion of the bat, and the keeper just didn't finish up the job. Skipper bowling. This one is right behind of it. So Leacock was celebrated pretty early, but just couldn't finish the job his bowling. 3 slips, a gully, square cover. Mid off, short, mid on, short. Fine leg. This one is solidly behind that again. So disappointing over for Leacock, but fortune favor the brave, and Walsh gets another opportunity to bat for the Leewards here at 9 without loss, with 4 overs being completed.
Yes, and when you get dropped in an innings, what you need to look to do is say to yourself, well, I should make this my day. I should really make them pay for spilling that opportunity. So that is what Walsh should be looking to do.
Well,
him along with partner Tarek Charles.
Well, how much would that catch haunt the Barbadians is left to be seen.
Well, they have got to put that behind them and look to find the next opportunity.
Charles. Just looking out of the window, there's some dark clouds building up on the left side. Seems like we may be interrupted at some point in time this evening. I see the groundsmen are moving around, not yet to the covers. This one is pitched up and drive nicely through covers, not timing it properly, but picks up another 2 runs. It's Charles. There's hardly any wind blowing across the playing field. Everything is rather still. The Barbadians keep encouraging their bowler, Lane. He has a number 23 on his back, stating that he's the Michael Jordan of this team. This one is lifting. Good delivery, well left. Just another 2 sessions for the day, really. Sessions before tea, 1 after tea. You have to play it by the hour. This one is plain and missing. Good delivery there.
Yes, driving to a delivery that he should really be looking to leave alone. He's just started his innings, There should be a sort of appraisal period for the opening batters, assess the conditions and make the dugout more comfortable by not losing a wicket. Make them feel as if they are on top of things when they look out and see the two batters still batting and not troubled by much. So Charles and Walsh, that's their job right now. Make the dugout feel more comfortable.
Someone is targeting the body, but another run. Moves on to 12. So Leeward Islands are replying to a total of 279. 279 posted by Barbados. They only lost 8 wickets in that effort. Declared just before lunch. Lane. This one is beating him outside the arm stump, and there's a finger goes up, and this time Bolden does the job. First wicket for the Barbadians. Good wicket there for them. And Walsh walks back to the pavilion. First wicket down for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, a similar delivery to the job chance in that previous over by Jaden Leacock. This time it bounced more and took the outside edge of Walsh. Disappointing start for the Leeward Islands, losing that early wicket of Walsh, but excellent bowling from Lane, who has been consistent so far. He has been mixing things up well. He's been bowling it outside the off stump, teasing the batters, and then bringing that one straight on that occasion to the right-hander. So good start from Lane and the Barbados team, 12 for 1.
Success straight away for the Barbados team to setting that target. That brings a new man into the crease, the number 7. Graves. He now joins Charles. Walsh has been dismissed. Similar fashion. Hitting the outer bat, pushing on the bat into the keeper's glove. This time, Bolden holds on.
Yes, it was a much easier take for Bolden, right in his glove. Didn't need to move much on that occasion. The previous one for Leacock, he had to move to his right, dive a bit to his right to take the catch. Still catchable. He wasn't able to hold on, but nothing lost for Barbados because they picked up that same wicket of Walsh. Leacock will be hoping he has much better luck running into Tariq Charles.
Leacock right on the money. Probably still a bit disappointed from that job catch from skipper bowling, but Walsh is back in the pavilion. But that wicket column for Leacock still remains empty. But Lane has one in his wicket column, that of Walsh, taken by Bolden. This one is outside the off stump. He's flashing.
Again, playing at a delivery that he should just be looking to leave alone, see it on its way to the keeper. It's not troubling him in any way. And he flashes to play through point, just passing the edge of his bat. So in this period, the Leeward Islands players just need to assess things a little bit longer.
He's driving again, and oh, how close that is. Charles looking for that cover drive. Leacock just outside the off stump, and he would be spoken to again by Graves, who have just joined him. Barbados looking for some early wickets, bowling in that uncertain area in the corridor. Good stuff by these two fast bowlers. This one is down the leg, well taken there by Bolden.
He's getting a long applause from the the man at second slipped Sealy after that stop there on the leg side. I was cheering him on, letting his captain know, you know, we know you're excellent with the glove. Never mind that drop catch.
But this Leacock who is operating around the wicket to Charles. This one is coming into him, tailing in from around the wicket. Expected from a fast bowler. Picks up another single. 13 for 1, Leewards in reply to Barbados. 279 for 8 declare. So a really good comeback here by Barbados. 7th wicket partnership of 142 between Sealy and Roberts. Short lifting delivery and a quick single taken. Good running, good calling by these two. So some good communication there between these two batters brings it over to an end. It's 14 for 1. Leewards in reply to Barbados 279. 13 for 1. So the Michael Jordan of the Barbados team, the number 23, famous number for basketballers. He reigns supreme, Michael Jordan. He has 23 on his back, his lane. This one is short lifting. So today, it's a little bit still, it's very still, and a little bit still, it's very still. There's no breeze blowing across the ground. The sun is bearing down on us here. Good calling again by these two. Good running, good communication, Stacey.
Yeah, and it's good to see after losing that wicket of Walsh. You come out to bat and you're looking to pick up the quick singles when they're an offer, not just blocking and staying in your crease. So good cricket from the Leeward Islands after losing that first wicket. Barbados, they'll feel like they're on top, so they have to find a way to keep scoring to get up to that 279 target.
Well, the name of the game here is patience on both sides. Batters need to occupy the crease. Bowlers need to stick on one side and be patient. Walk. This one is down the leg.
Yes, while he was down the leg side, he saw the bowler holding his head because Charles walked across you. His leg stump was exposed. So Graves is probably just letting him know what happened in that delivery. So he has to be mindful of how he walks across the stumps to the bowlers.
This one is wrapping him on his pad, his tie pad. Solidly behind that one. No fear, still poses the cameras. Taking that pick, looks good in defense. That's Charles. He has been joined by Graves after losing Walsh, caught behind. Bowling, caught bowling. 3 slips, a gully.
Lane has decided to go over the wicket to a left-hander. Was bowling a wrong to him previously. Decided to go over to him.
Good delivery to finish the over. Lifting delivery outside the half stump. Into the keeper's glove of bowling. 15 for 1, Barbados against the Leeward Islands here at Arnos. This is the finals of this tournament, the under-19 tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines between Barbados and Leewards. Barbados at the turn at the crease, they scored 279 for 8. They declared just before lunch and resumed play at 12:31. And Leeward Islands, in reply to that 279, they are 15 for 1. The wicket of Walsh going to fast bowler Lane. It's Leacock. Oh, lifting delivery coming back in. That's a good delivery there by Leacock. Lifting, swinging, good line and length. Still have those 3 slips, a gully, square cover. Manat, short mid-on, he has the fine leg. The man with the helmet, just on the crease. This one is turned nicely. Picks up another single. That's Graves. So Barbados looking to get amongst the wickets here. They got one already. Looking for a second one. Trying to get as much as possible from these fast bowlers. They have a restricted amount of over 6. So bowling making some adjustments to his field, bringing that mid on a little straighter. As Leacock tries to get his first wicket in the finals. This one is a short one. He goes for the hook into the keeper's glove. But some aggression being shown here by Leacock towards his batters.
And it's something we've been talking about throughout the tournament, playing the game situation. At this point in time, there's no need to really play at that delivery. You can, duck under it. You've lost Walsh already. You don't need to lose another wicket anytime soon.
This one is driven sweetly to covers. He's gone for 1, comes back for 2. That pulls up just in front of the rope. They're looking for 3, little bit hesitant, but they complete 3 runs. 3 runs to Charles.
Yes, a nice drive from Charles. And when the ball is there to play and get runs, you do that. But when it's not troubling you at any point, you can do well to leave it alone, especially in the start of an innings, in the start of seeing things off, seeing off the new ball bowlers, and getting a win for your team. So, deliveries that aren't bothering you too much, you can just leave them alone. And that's what we need to see more from the Leeward Islands batters so far.
Well, 19 for 1. Leeward Islands in reply to Barbados 279. Still one legal delivery to be bowled in this over. So Leacock would have to go back to his mark, finish it up. These batsmen will be like to carry their bat up to until first water break or tea. But the first target is the first hour. Then on to tea. They have to be patient. That's the name of the game. Patient, occupy the crease, bat as long as possible. There's a day and a half remaining. Plenty work to do. Short lifting delivery again from Leacock. Shows his intention. So the over comes to an end. 19 for 1. Leeward Islands replying to Barbados 279. So Lane would continue bowling from this airport commentator's end. He'll be bowling to Charles. This one is played nicely to the man who runs around from gully. Just knocks it down. Started this morning early at 9:30. Barbados 131 for 6. They declaring just before lunch 279 for 8. Lane, that one is played nicely to the man at cover. West Indies under 19 tournament in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dubbed Rising Stars. Arnos Vale. This is the finals between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Short lifting delivery just on top of it, knocked down by the third slip. So Lane continues to plug away, bowling those deliveries short outside the off stump. And Charles is on top of that, just playing it down nicely to the man who knocks it down at third slip. So the plan here from the fast bowlers is to be short just on the off stump to these batters. This one solidly played.
Yes, there is some bunks in the wicket. The Barbados pacers, much like what we've seen from the Leeward Islands pacers yesterday, they're utilizing the bunks quite well, bowling mainly to the body of the batters. We saw Landerford, he was exceptional yesterday, utilizing the bunks, and every now and again also bowling that full pitch delivery. So similar operation from Johan Lane.
Outside the off stump. 20 for 1. 20 for 1. Graves is on 3. Charles, he's on 9. Walsh was the first to go. Caught wicketkeeper bowling. Bowling. This one is tucked nicely off his hips. Good single. 21 for 1. That brings another over to its end. So another over ball by Lane. 21 for 1. As we continue coverage here at Arnos, it's getting a little darker on the left side of the playing field as the heavy clouds keep forming. Going over to Beckway as well, getting a little darker as well.
Yes, and with that, we're about to see a change in the far end. From the Beckway end, Nathan Seeley is about to be introduced into the attack.
Well, I thought of that, the interruption of the rain and how much time that the Barbadians would give themselves to bowl at the Leeward Islanders. It's pretty important, but they got to 279, declared just before lunch. So it's Seeley who's taking up the attack. He'll be bowling to Graves. Spin early in the movie. So the plot has been set. Seeley, this one is outside. Yeah, some turn and bounce very early for Seeley. First delivery.
Yes, and he's a smart operator from what I've seen of him. He also mixes up his pace quite well. And he also has that arm ball, which is deadly. So you have to look out for that from the Leeward Islands perspective.
Wasn't ready for that delivery. Flighted and he's forward in the approved manner. Easy single. 22 for 1, Leewards. They need to get 280 to claim first innings in the finals. They have a day and a half to bat. Another session is remaining in the session and a half, really, before close of play today. Not too sure what time that would be. But the clouds are coming back here at Arnos. Still have the sun with us, somewhat. Still peeping through those dark clouds. But it's Seeley who's operating from the southern end. There's one slip, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off. This one is turning back viciously. So some bounce and turn for Seeley in the force over. A pretty new ball he's bowling, but some good bounce and turn here, good punches from this wicket for Seeley. Again, just a flatter delivery outside the off. So I'm looking for that assistance again. But that one turn and bounce sharply, Stacey.
Yeah, and with the spin operating with the new ball, you would expect there to be more bounce and offer for him with that newer, harder red ball.
This one is easily played. So that brings you over to an end. The first over of spin for the morning. Seems like there will be another change of bowling.
Yes. Jalen Roberts is pointing out something to the captain, so it appears as if he's going to be introduced into the attack. We've come to know Jalen Roberts as a very steady operator. When he runs into bowl, once he finds that line and length, he just plugs away at that and bowls there consistently.
So Lane bowled 5 overs. He picked up 1 wicket. Five overs, 9 runs and he picked up 1 wicket. He's been replaced here by Roberts, the man who got some runs in the innings, 64. He's with the ball in his hand. Also Seeley is bowling from the other end. He got 96. So they have turned the cricket over to these two fellas, these two young men who have gotten some runs batting for Barbados, hoping that they'll pick up some wickets here. This one is on the leg stump. The field is a fine leg, square leg, short leg, mid on, mid off, cover, gully, 2 slips, bowled in the wicket keeper, doing the duties of captain as well. Sun is barely with us, just peeping through those dark clouds. Passes that lotto sign, Super 6. This one is pushing him back, is Roberts. Just on that good nagging length. West Indies under 19 cricket played here at Arnos playing in Barbados versus Leeward. This is the finals. These two teams, Roberts, number 13 on his back. This one has been punched to the man who does the feeling. Backward points, square cover. Lane is at that short extra cover area. Really not mid on, but short extra cover. There's no mid off. There's a short mid on. So he's looking to be just back of the length, not going too full. There's some field change. Yeah, my skipper bowled in. He's taking out a man at short leg and putting in an extra slip. So 3 slips, a gully, cover, short, extra cover. Roberts is bowling a short, slower delivery. It's a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but a good call. Good communication by these two. So good running so far between the Leeward Islanders. Good communication, good running. It's getting pretty dark on the left side. Heading into the Beckway area. We're not seeing those blue clear skies anymore. All the clouds basically turning grey. It's getting darker. The sun is not with us anymore. Roberts is with the ball in his hand. 3 slips, a gully. This one is punched, fielded. So Barbados looking to clinch this championship. Leeward Islands looking to clinch it as well. They need to get to 280 runs. Won't be an easy task against the Barbadians, who have been very consistent with the ball. This one is short and pulled through square leg. Into the fence, over the ropes, 4 runs. A very good shot there by Graves. Graves into the fence for 4. And that's a good shot by the youngster. 27 for 1. Short delivery by Roberts and dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, good shot from Tarek Charles. Roberts tested him out with the short stuff, but he doesn't have the pace to really threaten Charles or Graves. So it was a easily played pull shot by Tarek Charles.
Yeah, some good attacking cricket. Short pitched, pounced on it, pulled it through square leg, raced off the face of the outfield. Good outfield here at Arnos Vale. Once the ball beats you, it goes to the fence. But it's Seeley. This one is hitting the inner portion of the bat to the man at short leg. see the trees are blowing in the distance now. The flags are flattering on the flagpoles. It tells me that something is happening. This one is driven to the man at short extra cover.
Oh, we're not seeing any movement from the ground staff, and they know these conditions well. It's surprising. There is a dark cloud lingering around, but no movement from the ground staff.
Well, the wind is blowing, so that says something is happening. It's a good sign. Means the cloud would be moving around. Confusion. But sorted out in the end. Another single to the score. Pretty quiet here at Arnos. Sun has gone, left us. Short leg has slipped. Sealy operating from the Beckway end. Seeing Beckway in the distance. This is flighted and he's whipping that through mid-wicket. Picking up another single. Charles. Sealy looking for his first wicket. These batters looking to take it as far, as deep as possible into the innings of the Leeward Islands. Somebody needs to bat and bat long. They need to have some partnerships. Don't depend on anyone else. You're at the crease. Bat. Shot on his backhand punch.
Yeah, and
Finds the feeler.
And that's all they really need to do. The Leeward Islands team just take it session by session and bat and bat and bat. That's all they have to do. They have today and possibly tomorrow to come back and bat and knock off 279 to put themselves in a good position to probably come away with a win in this game. So that's all they need to do, Leeward Islands team. Just keep building partnerships, and they need to keep building big partnerships as well. Currently Graves, he's a vice captain of the Leeward Islands team. He's there with Tariq Charles. Score is 29 for 1. And Roberts is going to continue to Tariq Charles. Roberts just taking over his run-up, making sure that he has the right run-up. Saw the bowlers marking their run-up with a tape measure before the start of the inning, so he was just making sure that he got the correct run-up on this occasion.
The right arm of the umpire comes out, short lifting delivery from Roberts, but no ball signal by the umpire.
Might see him retaking that run-up, Martin, with that no ball, because just now he did adjust his run-up, but might have to retake it, having bowled that no ball, overstepping on that occasion.
Solidly behind of that one.
Martin, I haven't seen Leeward Islands, but this is my first time. I know you were in that game when they defeated Guyana at Park Hill. Who are the batters that, you know, the audience can look forward to seeing bat today and scoring possibly some big runs, Martin?
Well, they batted as a team, really. There were contributions from several of their batters. Now, what they really got to a half century or so, but there were contributions from all the batters. This one has been cut to backward point in the air a little bit, but it beats the field into the fence for 4. 4 good-looking runs there. So it was short outside the Awesome by Roberts. He pounced on it into the fence for 4 more runs to the Leeward Islands score.
Yeah, and intentionally played up and over the cover, the man at point head, Perryman. So good going from Tariq Charles, making sure he didn't hit that in the hands of the man at point. Perryman, he was dismissed in that fashion yesterday, cutting one to the man at point. So Tariq Charles, he ensured that he got it over the head of the man at point, Perryman.
Two more runs to the score.
Yes, nicely played from Charles. He just got in position quickly. It was short again, but on this occasion, he decided to hit it straighter. So some good cricket from the youngster.
In the game against the Leeward Islands, they scored 151. Bowled Leeward Islands out for 73 and 90. And I was asked to make 14. No ball again bowled by Roberts, coming from around the wicket this time. Having some problems here, Roberts, pretty early in his spell.
Yeah, second no ball in the over, and you have to wonder if it's his run-up or if it's just him, overstriding because of that extra effort he put into bowling that fuller delivery. He stops halfway through his run-up on that occasion. So, dead ball signal by umpire Christopher Wright. Still 3 balls remaining in this over. Just probably need to refocus Roberts. He's been a bit short since he's been brought into the attack, so he needs to find that fuller length to operate on. Yeah, and that's more of where he needs to be. The thing with Roberts is that what I noticed about him, I might be wrong, but he seems to be the kind of bowler that runs in at the start of his spell, and he just tries to find the lines, trying to find the lengths. After that, he runs in a little bit harder and bowls a little bit quicker. That's what I noticed about him so far in this tournament. I've only watched the one game, but the way he ran in that game gave me an indication of that might be the way he operates.
Another dot delivery being bowled by Roberts. It's not expressed by any means, but what you would like to see from a bowler with this sort of pace is that a little sideway movements, little ducking, a little in-ducker, that would help. Not seeing that from Roberts at the moment. It's bowling, playing it straight, picks up another single. Good running, good calling. So that brings you over to an end. So Charles, he moves to 21. And the score moves up now to 36 for 1. 13 overs been bowled here by the Barbadians. They had So Seeley would continue from the southern end. He would be bowling to Charles. He's on 21. Continues to plug away for the Barbadians. Bolden is doing the work behind the stumps. There's a short mid-wicket. Short mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. Long on. One slip. It's flighted and there's a loud appeal. Shake the Head shakes from the umpire. Not out, says the umpire. Confident appeal by the Barbadian, but not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, it looked to be a bit high from my vantage point. I think that's why the appeal was denied by umpire Shannon Crawford.
Sealy. Good feeling to his own bowling. This one is bowled. That was flighted, and Charles went across the line looking to hit it somewhere in the mid-wicket area. And he goes bowled Sealy, 36 for 2, 2 wickets down for the Leeward Islands. And they have lost their second wicket. A shot that is not really wasn't on, it wasn't needed.
Yeah, that was definitely uncalled for by Tariq Charles. It wasn't that shot. It was on a good length, and he was looking to play across the line. Not a shot you'd see batters playing in Test cricket so early in the innings. At least it's not recommended so early in the innings unless it's an extremely dragged-down delivery. On that occasion, on the eve of a drinks break, for that matter, we see Tariq Charles looking to go across the line. Nathan Sealy also is a left-arm spinner, so you expect the ball to come in to the left-handed batter, and he was bowled all ends up.
Well, wicket number 2.
Yeah,
Wicket number 2 for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and they've also taken the drinks break. After that over, it would have been the drinks break, and unfortunate for Leeward Islands, they have lost the second wicket. And the score is 38 for 2 in the 14th over.
Well, there's a break here at Arnosville playing field. Leewards losing their second wicket at 38 for 2. Replying to Barbados 279. 279. So 2 wickets falling here just before the break. And we would have a break here as well and return to you with continued coverage in the finals of the West Indies Under-19 tournament, dubbed the Rising Stars, here at Arnosville, between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. continue the action here between between Leeward Islands and Barbados. Leeward Islands losing their second wicket here, 38, looking for a target of 279. That brings a new batsman into the crease. Andrew. He joins Graves. And Sealy has picked up his first wicket. He's bowling around the wicket. Andrew, 2 slips. Heavily packed offside field. One is on his body. So Leeward's in some early trouble here. 36, 38 for 2. Flighted delivery and he's driving to the man at short extra cover. One hour of play so far in the afternoon. This one is short and he's looking to get it through covers. Fielded by the man there, deep extra cover. That brings the Sealy over. Sealy successful over to an end. And the score remains on 38 for 2. Stacyan. A shot that wasn't advised. Played by Charles. Losing his wicket, bowled to Sealy. Really an ill-advised shot.
Stacey on a break, so yes, Martin. Very ill-advised stroke played by Terrick Charles a while ago. Cost him his wicket, so Barbados now with their tail up, trying to make further inroads into the Leeward Islanders. Innings.
So 2 wickets down for the Leeward Islanders, looking to get to that magical figure of 280 runs to get this first innings. But Barbados have gotten the better of them from the beginning of play. Started this morning with 131 for 6, ended just before lunch with 279, really pulled themselves back into the game. And now they are with the ball on the field. There will be a change of bowling again. Roach is now taking over from the northern end.
And clearly, Martin, it seems like the declaration by Barbados has worked for them. They've already taken to scalp of the Leeward Islanders and no doubt believe that they can bowl them out this afternoon.
Well, that will be the hope of the Barbadians, to bowl them out this afternoon and have another day to play with the weather unpredictable. Giving themselves some time to do so. So Roach with his first delivery. Clipped off the square leg, good run. Start proceedings. So Graves and Andrews doing battle here for the Leeward Islands.
And again, Martin, we have seen the bowling attack from the Bajans. They have hardly given little or anything away. Have been spot on, keeping the Leeward Islanders in check. The Islanders have been finding it very difficult to get the ball away.
So a ring of fielders on the offside. Cover, short extra cover, backward point, mid-off. 2 slips. This one is pitched on his legs and beautifully worked through mid-wicket. Gone for 1, back for 2. So not the line that Roach would want to be bowling to. A packed offside field, 2 runs to the score. 40 for 2, Leewards.
Yes, Martin, and the conditions, as we always say, it's good for seam bowling. It's relatively overcast at this time, but this line from Roach was on the legs, not the line that the captain would want him to bowl.
Better delivery. .41 for 2. Roach operating. He's in his first over here. Barbados. Really a good comeback by them this morning. Keep mentioning it. Played together as a team. The low order coming to their rescue. Good delivery by Roach. Sealy. And Roberts. Big partnership of 142. After bidding 135, 131 for 6 yesterday, they have bounced back nicely and give themselves a really good total, strong position there. And now the Leeward Islands are struggling here at 41 for 2, looking to get to that total of 279. So the word is patience here. Both teams, batters have to be patient, bowlers have to be patient, bowl your line, be consistent, and just pray on that line, just keep pegging away. Good delivery again, just on the middle and leg stump. There's a short mid-on. That brings the Roach over to an end. And the score remains on 41 for 2.
Yes, Martin, that's a much better line and length there coming in from Roach in those last 3 deliveries. And that is exactly what his captain would want him to bowl that line with a pack offside field. I spoke to the coach earlier for the Leewards team, and in the conversation we were having is that some of his players were too attacking. So we hope that they will put their head down, actually, and try to occupy the crease as long as possible, because this total is a very big total. They're only 41 now, and they have lost 2 wickets already, and still have another day's split to go.
Well, the smooth operator Sealy continues. From the time he was introduced, the first delivery bounced and turned. He has had some sharp deliveries coming back to the left-hander. So he has maintained the pressure. This one is pushing him back, and here the oohs and the ahs. Living dangerously there is Graves.
The batters, Martin, not looking too comfortable with the left arm coming around the wicket.
This one is flighted on the leg stump, swept into the fence now, hit to the ropes. 4 runs to Graves, a badly line delivery by Graves, and dealt with accordingly.
Yes, indeed. This was a badly directed delivery and make it much easier for Graves, who just have to help it around to the backward square leg boundary for 4 runs.
So 4 runs to Graves, 4 runs to the Leeward Islands, 45 for 2. Scoring rate is not bad, but they have lost 2 wickets in the process. 15 overs have been bowled thus far. Packed offside field. Not the line you've been asked to bowl. This one is short and means pouncing on that. Pulling it through mid-wicket. That will go to the fence as well. Hits the rope now. 4-run signal by the umpire. So 2 really bad deliveries by Sealy here, and being dealt with accordingly by the youngster Graves.
Yes, indeed. And any bad ball should be put away, Martin. And this one was pretty short from... Pretty short bowling from Sealy. And Graves make no mistake in pulling it through mid-wicket. A nice shot. Appropriate shot for a short ball.
So 2-2. This one is flighted, and there's a loud appeal, and it's chuckling down legs. There's 1. He's coming back for 2, waiting for a signal from the umpire. But there was an appeal from the leg by signal by the umpire, but that was clearly outside the leg stump. So 2 more runs, 2 more leg bys, 2 runs, 2 leg bys to Leewards. So Graves looking a bit more attacking, a little more positive, and that could help his game. Just can't be blocking the deliveries. You need to score as well. To get to this 279, you have to score runs and you have to be positive. So not a bad ploy here by Graves. This one has been thumped again through mid-wicket. Into the fence for 4. Well, the umpire hand goes up. 6 runs just on the rope. So 6 runs to Grave. A healthy over here for the Leeward Islands. And a good piece of thumping here by Graves on Sealy.
Yes, Martin, I was about to say, while you mentioned a while ago that it's a good ploy, but apparently there seems to be some rough just outside the leg stump that Sealy was trying to aim at. And in trying to do so, he has pitched the ball either short or a little bit too wide in this occasion again. He tries for the rough, and it was really too short. And Graves pouncing on it again and thumping it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Good shot.
Well, a healthy over there for the Leeward Islands. 55 for 2. Roach will be bowling this over. The number 19 is on his back. Two slips, a gully, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. On the legs, tickled off. Man at fine legs does the feeling. That's Leacock. Can't miss him. Dreadlock hairstyle, the bump, Leacock. So Graves, after taking 14 from that over, that CD over, he's now turns that one nicely. He's called for 1. He's looking for a second. No, said his partner. 1 he settles for.
Graves looking quite busy at the crease, and let's hope that he will put his head down and concentrate for longer periods. He's looking to play his shots, but he has to realize that there's a big total ahead of him, and that his team need him to bat for a very long time into tomorrow if they are to get these runs, Martin. 57 for 2. Still a long way off.
Yes, still a long way off, but the Leeward Islands have to get into a rhythm, have to get into a flow. They have to score. This is what they want from their batters. Be positive, take on the bowlers, really hit the bad balls, and keep rotating the strike. Don't take the unnecessary risk, but just bat long, bat deep, be sensible about your cricket, and get to this total of 279. The wicket has no devil inside of it. You just have to occupy the crease, play positive, bat long. You have a day and a half to go. Occupy the crease. Good batting again there by Graves.
Andrew.
So he keeps plugging away just on the offside. That is Roach. 50. So 59 for 2. Roach continues. This is pitched up and he's driving that one to the onside. Getting more of the inner portion of the bat. So some positive batting here by the Leeward Islands in the past over or so.
We're seeing some swing from Roach as well, Martin. He seems to be swinging the ball into the right-handed batsman. But Andrew is equal to the task, playing very straight.
This one has been smashed over backward point into the fence for 4. Some aggression being shown by this youngster. He's not going to play around. 4 more runs to the Leeward Islands, and they are really on the go here, Morgan. I like the sight of this. You have to play positive to get to a total of 279.
Yes, indeed. And this one was pretty much wide of off stump, and he chances his arm, flashed at it, got it on the meat of the bat. It flew down to backward point in a rush, That was a good shot to bring up the 67th run, 63rd run on the board. Yes, a very good shot indeed. And yes, the Leeward Islanders, they have to mix their aggression with defense as well if they are to get these runs. But so far, these two batsmen are putting their head down. We are seeing some positive stroke play from them, but they has to be very, very careful. And now we see an introduction of a new bowler, Stevenson. Devon Stevenson, he will be bowling left arm. Left arm around.
So immediately change of bowling. Seeley has been replaced by Stevenson. Left arm around the wicket, similar bowling action, similar bowling, left arm orthodox. This one is punched, which is doing the feeling at short extra cover. So 2 good overs so far for the Leeward Islands. They are getting themselves into a nice groove here. 63 for 2. These two need to continue batting, take it up to at least T, to give the Bajans a really run for their money with this total of 279. They need a big partnership here from these two to get anywhere close to that score. But they have lost 2 wickets in the process. They need to rebuild. It's outside the leg stump and he went for the sweep. Looking for a signal from the umpires. Come close. Leg by signal by the umpire. Leg buys. 4 leg buys. So just train outside the leg is Stevenson. And 4 leg buys been signaled by the umpire. Bad line by him.
Definitely a bad line. And so he has to watch that. He should be looking at his fellow bowler from that end who was bowling a very tight line, a very steady line. He has now come on to replace him from the southern end. That is Seeley. So Stevenson replacing Seeley needs to concentrate on the off stump.
So some good positive batting here by these two so far. Andrew and Graves. This one is a full toss and been hit over mid-wicket. There's a man deep there. There's one. Didn't get hold of that properly, but still clears the man at short mid-wicket. Picks up another single. So 1 more run to the total. That brings you over to an end as well. So some good positive batting here by these two. The runs are coming. They are building up a nice momentum. That is what they need to do here to challenge the score of 279 made here by Barbados in their first innings.
Yes, Martin, and we are seeing some very acceleration from these two in terms of scoring. Graves being the attacker of the two, he still has to watch it and put his head down to bat long, bat deep into the inning so that if they are to overhaul this Barbadian 279 into tomorrow, they will stand a chance maybe of just gaining first innings or keeping the game at a draw.
Well, Roach was getting a little assistance. See the wind has ceased. It was blowing across the ground nicely. He was getting a little in ducker. He will be bowling to Graves, who's on this part. There's a stifled appeal and a leg by. It's taken. No signal from the umpires yet. So that one just coming off the bat as well. So a run that is 69. So the runs are coming here for the Leeward Islands. This is a positive thing for them. This is good. They are getting into a momentum. They are scoring. Things are looking better for them. And to challenge the score, they need to get that sort of attitude. Roach pulls out. Wasn't comfortable with that. Dead ball. Signal by the umpire.
Yes, Martin, and the Leewards definitely need to have partnerships going. This has been the longest one so far since the fall of the last wicket, and we hope that they will carry on throughout the evenings.
positive batting straight back. Yes, they need this partnership, a partnership that Barbados got late in their innings to push them up to this total of 279. These two need to get at least that 142 between Sealy and Roberts. They need to get that all in the innings to challenge this total. This one is punched. So the clouds have left us. The sun is back with us here at Arnos Vale. So we are happy for that. Cricket continues. This one is pitched up and he's heisting that one over mid-on into the fence. 4 runs. And that is the kind of batting you would love to see from the Leeward Islands. And it's coming. They are finding themselves. They are getting into a groove. And it's good for the cricket market.
Lovely shot, Martin. Lovely shot. And it's good to see that the batters are really getting into the mood now. As I said, they look very aggressive. But they have to mix aggression with defense. But this ball was right in the slot for the drive. And young Anju just coming forward and lifting it over long, mid-on.
This one is played nicely. Should have been a single. Had some work to do there. But communication between the two, they said no and they agreed. Stayed. So 73. So these two have just pushed up the score nicely to 73. For the Leeward Islands to challenge this total, they need a good partnership between these two. And they look positive. They are batting positively. They are running nicely between the wicket. Roach pulls out of that run again. Not too comfortable. Something is happening there. Second time he has done it in this over. So some good positive batting by Graves and Andrew for the Leeward Islands. After losing 2 wickets, they need to continue in that vein to challenge this total from the Bajans. Putting them under some pressure here. Again. Liking the way Andrew is looking. He's looking positive. He's looking like he wants to take this game to the Barbadians, which is very good, which is positive. And that brings the end of the over.
Yes. Andrew is looking positive. He's looking the part. Batting with a straight bat. And he's also looking for runs, which is important here at this time for the Leewards, if you really to challenge that total. But having said that, Roach, Martin, I don't know if you have seen him before, seems to be bowling a lot of in-swingers. I have not seen a slower ball or the ball going away. I don't know if he has that in his armory. But it wasn't a bad over, actually. But the batters equal to the task as we look at Stevens now operating from the southern end.
This one is pulled through mid-wicket, half stopped. Picks up another single. And I'm liking the mood that these batters are in at this time. They are really putting a challenge here towards these bowlers. Anything loose, they are pouncing on it. They are taking the singles. They are building the momentum. They are getting a nice rhythm here. So Andrew and Graves doing well for Leewards. They need to continue in this vein. This one is whipped off his pads nicely. Again, the singles are coming. So they are in a nice rhythm. And they need to continue. If this continues, so then the Barbadians would have to go and rethink their game and come again after tea or so.
Stevenson has to watch his line. He's not bringing the batsman forward as he should. He's stifle short too often. And there it is now. He has bowled at one just on about middle and off stump, bringing the batsman forward. This is what I'm talking about. He has not been doing that consistently, Martin, and if as a left arm, he should be a little bit more accurate. Once he continues to do that, the batsman will find themselves in trouble.
Well, you would know that better than I do. See your trade, left arm spin. This one is back and he's punching. Somebody has to take the attack to the Barbadians, and these two have decided to do that. Good. Stevenson, flighted delivery. Graves, right behind of that one. 75 for 2.
Yes, Martin. When Stevenson takes the pace off the ball, he seems a much better bowler, and he gets more punches from his deliveries.
This one is smashed. Didn't hit it well, didn't time it well. Should have done better with that loose delivery. But that's how the game of cricket goes. That brings you over to an end. Stevenson over. And the score remains on 75 for 2. 75 for 2. We have Andrew on 12 and Graves on 26.
Yes, Graves and Andrew continue to bat and bat well. They're building an innings for the Leeward Islands, and this is exactly what the captain would require, what the team would need. Concentration and long application at the crease, and we are seeing this coming into effect now from these two batters.
So there's another change in bowling. As keeper bowling, keep bringing the changes, looking for that wicket. So O'Neill has replaced Roach. Tariq O'Neill, he'll be bowling his off spinners. $75 for 2. These two have batted positively smart. Hit the bad ball. Took the singles and put in the pressure on the Barbadians. So the skipper bowling has made a few changes. You have now brought O'Neill, the off spinner. There's a ringer fielder on the offside. Short leg, mid wicket, deep square leg, long on. As O'Neill is bowling his first delivery. So one is flighted and he's right behind of that. Umpire having a little look. First delivery. A warning. It's getting too close to that danger area with his first delivery, Morgan.
Definitely, and that's the first warning for him, so he has to keep himself in check and ensure that he does not run on the wicket.
This one is flighted. Nice shot there by Andrew. Looking like a man out for justice, a man out to do business. He's looking businesslike. Two of them coming together after the fall of the first 2 wickets, that of Charles and Walsh. Good start for the Barbadians, but these two have pulled back this game nicely for Leewards. They are batting sensibly.
Martin, I'm looking at O'Neill and his action. He doesn't seem to have this high jump at all. He just runs through flat. I don't know if maybe he has to change that technique. It would have helped him any better. But he's just running through, no jump in his stride.
And that's something that the coaches may have to look at and assist the youngster with. To get some purchase on that delivery. Outside, you have some beaten into the keeper's glove. A few dot deliveries here, and the dot deliveries, they add pressure to the batter. So they need a couple of these overs here to pull things back here, Barbados. Good, another good delivery. That brings you over to an end. 76 for 2.
Yeah, good first over. Apart from one that was a little bit on the legs, this one was pretty okay. Bowling just middle and off stump there about. So O'Neill with his first over, and it's come to an end. It's a maiden over. No, I think 1 run came off of that over. So Stevenson will continue from the southern end. Martin, left arm.
The left arm orthodox, he replaced Seals. And that is hitting the outer portion of the bat, running down to third man. Another single. It's a good line and length there by Stevens. So just on the off stump, joining forward is Andrew. $77 for 2. Pinching it off bit by bit, Leewards. Looking for that magic figure of 280. Barbados have won the majority of the day so far. So, Leewards looking to take these other 2 sessions for the day. They have played positively in this one, just after the break. And this one is short into the man at silly point. So really, for them to put up a challenge in this game, they need to take at least these 2 sessions to close out today's play. The Leeward Islanders, to post a really good challenge to the Barbadians who have scored 279. They need to take this session and the 2 sessions after tea to create a really big game. This one is whipped through mid-wicket again, a full delivery really by Stevenson. Easy single. So things are going nicely for the Leeward Islands here in their reply to Barbados. Because they have lost 2 wickets, these 2 have looked the part. They are batting positively like that. I like the approach from these 2 fellas.
It's important that they do not lose any wicket before the break, Martin.
Dugout. So they have won this session, this off play, Leewards. And they need to win a few more. That one is punched. Brilliant feeling there by the man at extra cover. Saving at least 2 runs.
Yeah, that was a much better over there from Stevenson. Just 1 or 2 deliveries shy for a short. But I would like to see him continue to take that pace off at that ball so he can get a little bit more bounce and turn out of the wicket.
Agreed with you there, Morgan. I think the wicket is responding to the bowlers who toss the ball in here and give it some more time to get some purchase out of the wicket. We have not seen that from the spinners to get that turn and bounce and make it very uncomfortable for the batters. But Andrew would be taking strike. Another dot delivery. O'Neill continues. Flighted, just good flighted delivery, and that is what normally happens when you take the pace of the ball. It creates that problem for the batter, and you just seen it from that delivery.
Exactly, this is what I was saying all along. Just take the pace off and give it a little more air, and then you'll see much better results as a bowler. So this one was flighted slightly, and you have the batsman searching, just to hit the inner half of the bat and run down to short fine leg.
So he has to be a little bit more consistent with those deliveries. Again, one turned, slower delivery.
So the West Indian ways to attack, Martin, but we have seen from these batsmen, they have been playing straight so far, playing the ball on its merit. We have not seen them hitting across the line, so to speak.
Well, that's good. Playing the ball, each ball on its merit, not taking the chances. There's 2 men on the fence, causing him to just push forward. Was in no man's land there, but decided just to push out. Push out when you're in doubt, Morgan.
Definitely. Second defense is key. Bat and pad close together.
So the flags are flying now on the left side the Barbadians flag, Vincentian flag, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Leeward Islands flag, and the West Indies flag on the left-hand side. They are now fluttering in the breeze, which is a very good sign.
All together, all are in
Yes,
representation.
yes, all of them together. Flying, the maroon, the blue, yellow, and green, and the Bajan blue and yellow. Leeward Islands maroon, white, and blue, and the West Indies maroon, blue, and white. All flags are flying together.
One of the things, Martin, with these games, I don't know, maybe out in the country and Leeward side, you may have more spectators than we would have had here at the Mecca. And taking into consideration the time at which these tournaments are held, it's another reduction in terms of people coming out to watch the cricket. We have been fighting for a long time for people to come to watch cricket at Arnos.
It's a vacation season for the schools. Most of the parents are at work during these games. So it's a difficult time to have people to come to the park as well. Most persons are on vacation as well. As this one is played down to third man. But it's a customary thing in and around the Caribbean where we have these tournaments and not much support from the locals. I think the West Indian public have lost interest in cricket somewhat, to be honest. Our senior team has not been doing too well internationally. And cricket is dear to our hearts. But I do urge the parents and those lovers of cricket to come and encourage our youngsters.
Well said, Martin. I couldn't agree with you more.
This one is a loud appeal. The umpire doesn't move. The Bajans are confident. And the hand comes up now. Graves did not move, but the umpire took some time on making that decision, and Graves have to walk back to the pavilion. Leeward Islands have lost their third wicket, 79 for 3. Unfortunate for them, but it is good news for the Barbadians.
Definitely, Martin. But I was taken aback by Graves. He knew he touched the ball, but for some reason he probably must be asking himself, what nonsense did I do there? So that he stood his ground and then he waited on the umpire, and then the umpire was watching him, I guess thinking that he would have walked. Then eventually put up his hand, took some time in doing so.
Well, his team is in a difficult position. At 79 for 2, nicked that ball. I'm not going to walk, says Graves. You have to send me. Umpire did just what he's paid for. So that dreaded finger came up. 79 for 3. So I was just being informed here that the scoreboard is just about 2 runs behind. So it's 81 for 3. So the skipper Tuckett comes out to join Andrew. Leeward Islands losing 3 wickets here, 79 for 3. They were looking very good, these two batters. They were looking positive, but unfortunately for them, they have lost Graves. The skipper Tuckett needs to come and play a captain's innings here for his team. Need to get amongst the runs if they are to go past his total of 279, Morgan.
Yes, Martin. And it's unfortunate to see the way Graves have to go. It was a short ball. He was back and trying to force it on the offside and just missed it somewhat. Well, not completely, but got an edge. It's a ball that should have been really banged to the offside. So the captain is out now, and he has to come now and to consolidate. He has his partner Andrew with him. So let's hope that they can restart a new partnership and push the Leewards further in getting closer to this total of 279.
So Stevens has strike for the Barbadians. First wicket for him in the finals. Flighted delivery to skipper Tuckett. Full toss. Should have done better with that. But his first delivery. T is somewhere around the corner. Close to Sand Hill, I think. I don't know which one of the corners. It depends on the distance.
That's pretty close, Martin. It's pretty close.
It's dependent on the distance. As he stopped in his track, Stevenson picking up his first wicket. Skipper Tuckett has joined Andrew. 781. This one is driven back to him. So just as the Leewards were picking up a nice little tempo, they have lost the wicket of Graves, and the skipper has just joined Andrew.
And I was alluding to the conversation we had with the coach. He's saying that when they are set, when the batsmen are set and have a good partnership going, then there comes a lapse in concentration, and then they give the wicket away. And that is what we saw there from Graves. He was batting quite well until the short ball comes, and I don't think he was even thinking about T. Martin. So he gave his wicket away, you can say.
Well, he went back to the pavilion. He would be having some hot tea from the coach, for sure. Probably difficult to swallow. But cricket continues here.
Oh, beauty.
So there's a switching ends for the left arms orthodox. Both of them operating now. Seeley has been replaced. O'Neill. So Seeley. Flighty delivery. So 79 for 3. They need another 200 runs, the Leeward Islanders, to get past this total that the Barbadians have posted. 2 slips, sorry, 1 slip, silly point, short extra cover, square cover. He's forward in the approved manner. So Seeley coming back, looking for his second wicket. This one is around the pads, looking to turn it. Just crashing into the pad there is Seeley. So Andrew continue battling here for the Leewards. Somebody needs to take the bull by the horn and take their batting right down to the end for them to get to this total. It would be a battle here on between these two teams. Barbados having the better of the day so far, both with bat and ball. Leeward Islands have been chasing the 8 ball all day. They had it in control on day 1, but just lost control of it early in the morning, as there's a good feeling here by the man in short extra cover, saving a run. That brings the Seeley over to an end. And
very good over indeed, Martin. Very good over by Seeley, and we can see since the introduction of spin from both ends, they have really put a brakes on the scoring of the Leeward Islanders. No doubt Coach Solomon Ben, spinner himself, will be pleased with the bowling of these spinners.
Well, not hearing his voice from where he is, so he's very much pleased. Anytime you're hearing his voice, he's not too pleased with his players. That's the Solomon Ben I know. Very aggressive cricketer. Doesn't mix his words either. So that goes into his cricket as well. Tells you just like how it is, what he expects from you. Sherwin Campbell, the head coach, cooler. Somebody who looks at things differently, but you would hear his voice as well.
So the Barbados continue to ring in the change. We're seeing a switch, and O'Neill will take it up from the southern end, Martin.
Well, here we go. Skipper bowled in. The man with the machine, he has to make the changes. He does so. O'Neill to Tuckett. Tuckett hasn't really gotten amongst the runs yet. This is an opportunity for him to do so. Lead his team. Go past this total. Good opportunity for him. Plays with solid bat. Passes the man at mid-on. Gets off the mark. 82. O'Neill with his off spinners. Target is 279 for the Leeward Islanders. Easily paid. He's up on top of that riding. That is Andrew. He looks good a player. He's looked good defending. He's looked good attacking. Just need to carry his bat into the innings. Need to go deep. Solid. Be patient.
What the Leewards wouldn't want, Martin, is to lose another wicket going into tea. They have to build this partnership. They need 2 or 3 good partnerships in order for them to stay in the game. If they continue to lose wicket too rapidly, then they're putting themselves completely out of this run chase.
Yes, and just to let you know that Leewards need to get 279. But coming into this game, they had a total of 468 runs in total in their 3 games. So Leewards need to make at least half of the runs they have made in the tournament so far to win this game, which would be an uphill task for them from what I'm seeing stats. But it is not impossible. All they need to occupy the crease. They have a session and a day left. Somebody needs to score big. The skipper is there with Andrew, and they need a partnership to do so. But Seeley continues to plug away for the Barbadians. He had a good time with the bat, and he continues to do well with the ball.
Yes, and we continue to see another bowling change from this end. Just before tea, skipper is ringing in the change. And Stevenson is now picking up the attack from this end, Martin.
Well, out goes Steels in Stevenson. This one is bouncing.
So we're seeing a very strong offside field for Stevenson, who's bowling quite well from this end. His length and line seems much better than he did from the other end. He has 2 deliveries so far right on target, bringing the batsman in defense. This one relatively short, batsman going back and trying to hit through the offside.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Beating him outside the out, some played and missed into the keeper's glove.
And this one was pitched in the corridor of uncertainty, Martin, making the batsman think.
Bounce and turn, my word. Assistance here for Stevenson. 2 in a row.
This is what I'm talking about, Martin, all along. And he seems to find his length from this end and line, and he's pitching it, he's bowling it a bit slow, he's really mixing it up, and the Leeward Islands are finding it difficult now.
This one is onto the pad, so a good testing over there by Stevenson.
Very good over indeed. We have all balls spot just about middle and off stump turning away. This last one was just on the leg, but was a very good over, very, very good over.
Yes, those 2 balls spinning across the bat, bouncing and turning for Stevenson. Good encouragement for them. Spinners should be happy to see that. But he took the pace off the ball and give it some time in the air, and it had some purchase coming off the wicket, going across, tuck it back into the keeper's glove. Well played by him anyway. As we continue here with O'Neill. This one is just played easily to square leg, picks up an easy single, does Andrew.
And exactly, Martin, this is what the batters need to do for the Leeward Islands. They've been bogged down for quite a bit of overs, and all they need to do is rotate the strike, pick up the singles here and there, and wait for the bat ball.
Well, cricket is played in sessions, and you have to assess it by sessions as they go on. Barbados have won all sessions during the day. From the beginning of play, they have dominated this game. And they continue to do so right up until lunch. They have started after tea bowling. They have won those sessions. So another quick signal being called here by Tuckett. Good running. The Leeward Islanders need to at least win a session for the day. There's less about 10 or so minutes remaining before tea. They don't want to lose another wicket before tea. But coming out after tea, they should at least try and win those 2 sessions going in to day 3, and to have some grip, or not to let go the grip on this game. They just can't give Barbados a game like that. They need to put up a fight, and these 2 need to bat as long as possible. So they have had starts, they had some partnerships beginning, but they have not carried on, as was said before. That's the issue. They have batted in patches. This one is lofted over mid-off into the fence. 6 runs to Tuckett. 6 runs to Andrew. It was flighted by O'Neill, and he just pounced into that, lofted it over mid-off into the fence for 6.
A lovely shot there by Andrew. It was flighted, and he was into it and free his arms over squarish mid-off, I should say, over the ropes to 6. The first 6 coming from the batter of the Leeward Islands.
So some good positive batting here by skipper, and Andrew carries the score up now to 90. They need to bat up until tea, and as I said before, they need to win those 2 sessions after tea to put themselves in a good position coming into day number 3. But Barbados have played the better cricket so far today. Leewards winning the first day, bowling very well. Came back this morning and really lost every session so far during the day.
Yes, and Andrew, who is there now on 23, is trying to ensure that his team get over the hallmark of 279. He's staying there with his captain, giving support. Of course, the captain will want to put his head down and get a big innings as well.
This one is punched. Lane doing the feeling down here, the number 23 on his back. This one is getting a little bit of turn, pitching just outside leg stump Morgan, and having a bit of turn coming back into the batsman there.
Yes, I like to see Stevenson bowling it more about middle and off stump.
Again, in that area, looking for that turn again, but well handled, well played.
If Stevenson flight this ball a little bit more, we will see that he will get much better results.
Well, Andrew have moved up to 23. He has gotten a start. He needs to carry his bat. Everyone so far. Somebody needs to get a big score here. Get a big score here for the Leewards. This one is hit right back. 1 bounce. A full toss. And he almost made a mess of that.
Definitely almost the leading edge. I'm kind of surprised by the flight of this delivery. But nonetheless, fell short of the bowler. He survives.
Another over coming to an end. 91 for 3. Barbados, after being inserted yesterday, was in some trouble at the close of play. 131 for 6 at the close of play yesterday. Came back this morning. Seeley and Roberts, they came together. 141 partnership between those two, propelling that score up to 279. They declared just before lunch. And Lee was now in response. This one is down the leg side. Tuckett went for the sweep. Would not get into the fence. 2 runs. No, 2. No, waiting for the signal from the umpire. 2 byes.
Yeah, that ball was badly directed down the leg side there from O'Neill. So he needs to get his line going again. There seems to be a lapse in concentration in O'Neill. I mean, the skipper has been switching him from both ends.
This one is getting some bounce. Some Tuckett is on top of that. It's not a big fella by any means, but he's riding that ball, looking to get big on him, but he says, I'm the bigger man here. This one is fully forward in the approved manner. This one is whipping off his legs through mid-wicket, square leg area. Picks up another single. Just need to keep this going. Play safe, play positive, don't take the risk.
Yes, rotation of the strike in the innings for the Leewards is very important. Even if you can't get the boundaries, yes, you need to get the ball off the square, push around and get the singles. We have seen Barbados doing that, and with the occasional big shot.
Dot delivery. Pretty quiet out there right now between both teams. Concentration high. This one is being pulled. It's falling short of the man there. A deep square leg. Not a single. That brings you over to an end. 95. Andrew 24. Tuckett 4. Stevens to continue to bowl from this end for Barbados.
Yes, and Martin, we continue to see spin operating, and I believe we would see spin right up until tea time. Not too sure that we'll see the seamers coming back in a hurry. I think the Barbadians are thinking that they stand a chance with their spinners getting these Leeward Islanders out, and more so that they have been able to keep the Leeward Island batters in check with the spin.
That one had some purchase, spun and bounce, but well played by Andrew between the first slip and gully. Picks up another single as they edge up to first 100. This one brings Tuckett forward. Stevens again, the umpire walks forward, points to that spot, show him that that's a danger area. That's warning number 2.
Yes, and Stephen has to be a bit more careful. Maybe he needs to run at an angle so that he don't get himself into trouble running on the wicket.
This one is down the leg side, clearly down the leg side. Stifled appeal by the players, looking for that break before tea.
The feel that we are seeing, Martin, is very interesting. There's a man up for the drive, but we have not been seeing that ball where the player will come forward and drive, actually.
This one is forward in the approved manner. Seems as though this would be the last over before tea. based on my watch. I'm not synchronized with the umpires, so they may have a different time than I do. This one is beating him outside the off stump. Good delivery to finish this session.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty, and that is where he needs to bowl. Just on about middle and off stump, flighted, so that the batsman will be thinking whether to come forward or whether to go back. And we have seen that every now and again from Stevenson, but he needs to be a little more consistent.
Yes, a good delivery to finish that over. Just another over, so before tea. So, O'Neill, bowling from the back way end, 95 for 3.
The Islanders approaching the 100 mark, 95 for 3. This one is stopped off with hips by Andrew. He now moves up to 26, 27. Score is now 97. Andrew on 26. Tuckett comes in to strike. O'Neill decides that he will come around the wicket.
So Tuckett getting himself into all sort of trouble there, looking to turn it, looking to leave it, undecided as to what to do there. So this different angle is causing a bit of problem here for him. This time he's been hit outside the off stump, looking to turn it. So Morgan, a little bit of trouble here. Change of angle is giving Tuckett some trouble.
Yes, and the skipper has to be very careful. He's looking to play shots at a time when he shouldn't.
He's whipping that to mid-wicket. Picks up another single. Should be happy to be at the other end. But that was a confident shot by him, getting across to the ball and whipping it through mid-wicket for another single.
Martin, we've been seeing all along that at the rate at which Leewards have been losing wicket, they have to be careful. They need to have big partnerships. The skipper has to realize that. He seems to be wanting to hit every ball. He has to put his head down and realize that, listen, I have to stay. I have to stay and build a partnership with Andrew, who has been there and has been batting very well indeed. So with just maybe a few more minutes before tea, they need to bat on and bat long into the afternoon. This ball from Andrew O'Neill played quietly on the onside. And here is another delivery. This plays on the offside, no run. And it's T now.
Great.
Yeah, it's T.
So the final delivery has been bowled. Umpires just whipping the bails off. It's tea time here at Arnosville playing field with Leeward Islands replying to Barbados 279. They are 97 for 3. 97 for 3 at the tea break. We'll be back with you at Arnosville after the tea break to continue coverage here at Arnosville playing field. Welcome back to Arnos playing field, where this game continues the finals of the West Indies under-19 tournament between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands looking for a total of 279. They are 97 for 3. Skipper Tuckett is at the wicket with Andrew. And with me in the commentator's booth is the lovely Stacey, and she's on the left side doing the comments and looking at the game. Stacey, and welcome back. Good afternoon to you as well.
Yes, welcome back. Hello to everyone out there. Welcome back to the Arnos Cricket Ground to this post-tea session between Barbados and Leeward Islands. Quite an absorbing first session we had this morning, Martin.
Indeed it was. Yeah, 2 sessions during the day so far. Barbados have had the better of the day. They have really dominated from this morning up until now. So what is very important here is that the Leeward Island batters, which is the skipper and Andrew, continue batting positively and really win these next 2 sessions for the Leeward Islands. If they could end the day with at least 150, 160 runs without losing another wicket, it would be good. But it's 97 for 3, Barbados and the Leewards replying to Barbados 279. They have batted 30 overs so far. We have Andrew is not out and 26, and the skipper Tuckett, he's on 5. As we continue play here just after tea with the left arm Stevenson will be bowling the first over after tea. He'll be bowling to the skipper. This one is whipped to the man at short mid wicket. That is Leacock, who does the fielding.
Yes, the score is 98 for 3. They trail by 181 runs.
In again, flighted, and that was beating him outside the off stump. Really good bowling here by Stevenson. Just on the off stump with some purchase, slowed it down, and that's the sort of bowling you should be bowling at this time. Again, good purchase. Stevenson, this one is punched back past him. Another single. Score rolls up to 98.
Yes, the score moves up to 99 for 3 after the post-tea. After tea, Carlin Bowen Tuckett getting the first runs of the bat for the Leeward Islands after tea. Brings Joel Andrew into strike, who has shown good composure so far in his innings. Need a lot more of that from him and the other batters to come if they are to knock off this 181 runs more that they need to get. 181 runs that they trail by, rather.
You leaving?
2 more runs to the score. That brings you over to an end. And back with us is Sylvanus Morgan, 101. So that brings up the 100 for Leeward Islands. They got their 100 in 33 overs. So 33 overs, 101. Leeward Islands replying to Barbados 279 here just after tea. So 101 for 3 station. As we continue coverage here at Arnos, she's been joined now by Sylvanus Morgan Horn.
Yes, thank you, Martin. And back here at the Arnos playing field, conditions are still favorable for cricket. And we are looking forward to this intriguing battle between the Leeward Islanders and Barbados. Barbados thus far, starting today, has the upper hand and continue to have the upper hand on this game. Stacey.
As Tariq O'Neill is about to continue from the backway end. Starts on a good line. He found a good line and length just before tea. Coming from the backway end, the captain Nima bowled then. He switched around his spinners, opting to bring Tariq from this end and Devon Stevenson from the administrative center end. Good signs from Carl and Bowen Tuckett coming forward and pressing on the front foot. Two of his batters were dismissed, playing back to deliveries. He had Graves, who was just dismissed, looking to cut one, and he was caught by Nima Bolden after bowling of Stevenson. And before that, so Edge getting a single down to that third man area. Yes, and before that, Tariq Charles played an unbelievable shot, I'll say, looking to pull a delivery that wasn't really there for the pull shot, and he was bowled by Nathan Seeley.
So the score rushed up to 102. They now reached the 100 mark, 102 for 3. And Stacey, we can see skipper Tuckett trying very hard to concentrate. For this delivery from O'Neill, we are seeing Andrew sweeping to fine leg. Okay. He gets another run, so the score moves up to 103 for 3. 33 overs in bowl. Slight drizzle, nothing, no threat of any heavy showers, no threat to disturb or disrupt the cricket at this time. So we're looking forward to, we hope, a full day's play of cricket.
Next, the ground staff, they look quite relaxed, sitting over at the Frank Thomas Pavilion. So just seems to be a passing cloud and nothing too threatening.
Skipper making some adjustment. Bolden has a man now at short mid-off for the drive. Stevenson takes up the attack from the commentator's end. And this delivery is played down to short mid-wicket. No run. Stevenson operating from this end is bowling a much better line for this delivery. Andrew is forward, plays out on the offside, no run. So it's a quiet period for the Leeward Islands. Nothing too alarming as yet. Stevenson plugging away with his left arm, spin. And the Barbadians have used up their spinners, have been changing them around and hoping for that fourth wicket to come and to try and make further inroads. This ball pushed up to long on for another single by Andrew. Takes his total on to 30 and the score on to 104 for 3. See the umpire now is checking on, I think, a rag there requested by Stevenson to dry the ball, ensuring that it doesn't have anything illegal on it. And here is this delivery short. Captain Tuckett is punching it up to short mid-off. No run. Stevenson bowling to one, slipper cover, extra cover. Mid-off, sweep on the boundary. Short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. And this ball is placed up on the onside and brings the over to an end.
It's 104 for 3, 34 overs. I've been bowling the Leeward Islands innings so far. Both of 35 overs, sorry. I've been bowling this Leeward Islands innings so far. Both of these batters, they need to display some great resolve and fortitude, much like what happened in the Barbados innings when Seeley, Leacock and Roberts, those three batters, they put their hands up and batted well for the Barbados team. So much the same needed for the Leeward Islands, much of the same needed for the Leeward Islands players. They found themselves 3 down early and still trailing by 174.
So this delivery from O'Neill. Andrew is playing up to mid-off, no run. Andrews been at the crease for some time now and really applying himself, steering the ship for the Leeward Islands. He's on 31 and batting extremely well. He needs to continue his concentration and bat right into tomorrow to ensure that the Leewards are safe with this game. Plays this one into the legs of short leg. No run. And he just kicks this one out as it threatens to roll back onto the wicket. We have seen at times some aggression from Andrew Stacey, but he has mixed that with some solid defense.
Yes, it's controlled aggression as that one passes. Body line delivery, just passing behind the batter. Yes, it's controlled aggression. It's nothing frenetic at all. The balls that are pitched up and in his half, he hits them up and over the fielder's head. So definitely some good composure shown by Joel Andrew since he's arrived to the wicket.
And here is Andrew sweeping down to fine leg for 1. That's all there will be.
Yeah, I haven't seen a wayward shot played by him since he's been there. Anything that he looks to attack has been bad deliveries, and that's what you really need to see from the Leeward Islands batters. Yes, there will come a time when they'll need to up the scoring rate, but at this point in time, they just need to assess things a little bit longer and play over by over and don't let Barbados in by taking more wickets.
Yes, good going by the young man, Andrew. He needs to stay there and to see the day's playoff. Come back tomorrow fresh. Put his head down and look for a big score. It's just 32 runs under his belt. 105, the total for 3. He faces up to Stevenson from the commentary box end. Bowling left arm. 1 slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover. Mid-off, bowls this one. Looking to cut. But just a last minute dab. Out to backward point, short backward point. No run resulting. And Stevenson now decides to come over the wicket. And for this delivery, Andrew is backing away and slapping it to cover. Feel it there, no run. And this one is asking a question. Very good delivery, just pitch on about middle and off stump, forcing the batsman to play. A bit short, spinning away, gets it down to long off for a single. Push up his personal tally to 33 and the score for the Leeward Islands, replying to Barbados 279 and now 106 for 3. So here is Stevenson, operating under cool conditions. It's gone around the wicket, and this one is badly directed. Pitched way outside the leg stump, beat the keeper. Leg slip giving trace, and the batsman was able to get two. Two by signaled by the umpire. Umpire right. Out of Jamaica.
Yeah, the strain down the leg side of Stevenson seemed to be having a bit of an issue with finding back his line and length since the tee break. He looked to go over the wicket. Now he's back around the wicket. Just searching to find that line and length that he found that troubled the batter just before tee.
Yes, Stacey, and he tried some around the wicket, he tried some over the wicket. He seems to be having some problems, and he looks a much better bowler when he bowls over the wicket, left arm, rather than around the wicket. Don't know what challenges he is having there, but except for that delivery that went way outside leg, it wasn't a bad over. (107 for 3), the Leewards trying to overhaul a target of 279, declared 279 for 8 declared by Barbados this morning, resuming from overnight score of 132 for 6. We have seen some good batting on the part of Roberts and Seeley. Seeley falling short of 100 by 4 runs. Playing a low shot, denying him of a century. We have seen the Leeward Islands in reply having some start by their batters and then giving it away. No real threat, no real devil in the wicket. All the batters need to do is to put their head down, concentrate and apply themselves. So far we have seen that from Andrews.
Yes, indeed so, and we see the reintroduction of pace into the attack. Johan Lane is going to take up bowling from the Beckway end. He will be replacing Tariq O'Neill.
So 2 slips, a gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg as Lane comes in, and for this delivery, wide outside the off stump. Andrew is having a swish at it. Should have left that ball alone, Stacey. He didn't need to play.
Yes, he definitely should have left that alone. As I said, it's the reintroduction of pace. And Andrew, since he's been to the wicket, I don't think he has faced the quicker bowler so far. He has faced Romario, Shepherd, and I think Roberts. And he has been facing a lot of spinners. So just need to be watchful as the express paces are back into the attack.
Yes, and the ball being 33 overs old. The spinners having done most of the work, having used the ball throughout this innings. Still should have some shine on it. That one was the ill-directed down the leg side by Lane. No run resulting. And here is a delivery pitched up, and Andrew drives, misfielded by extra cover. Mid-off runs the wrong field. One more to the total. One more to Andrews. He moves up to 33 now, and the score moves up to 108, 109 for 3. 109 for 3. (37 overs). And this one hustling captain tuck it in defense, pitch right on middle stump, keeping a bit low. Stacey, no doubt this would be an interesting evening of play. Just after tea, there's always something happening. We wait to see as Captain Tuckett settles. And for this delivery, he's turning it away off his pads down to fine leg for another single.
Yes, definitely. This match is poised beautifully. And it's ebbed and flowed quite well from yesterday into today. Leeward Islands had the upper hand yesterday. This morning, Barbados wrestling it back and in control. So the Leeward Islands, they should be looking to press on. These two batters at the wicket need to build a significant partnership. We've had a partnership of 43 between Graves and Andrew so far. So these two will have to build a much more significant partnership than that. Need to replicate something like what Seeley and Roberts did for Barbados team if they are to get to that 279 mark.
Indeed, Stacey, and that calls for a lot of concentration and application, and we hope that these two, the captain and who joined Joel Andrew, can do that for the Leewards. The score now is 110. 110 for 3. Captain giving good support as he faces up to Stevenson bowling left arm around the wicket. Stacey, it will be nice to see Joel Andrew getting his half century this afternoon. That will do him his confidence a wall of good. He has batted quite soundly throughout the day. He have lost his partner earlier on after building a good partnership, and he's still there. Stevenson on the middle stump, plays back to the bowler no run.
Definitely, and the fans of Leeward Islands cricket and West Indies cricket on a whole should be happy to see these youngsters standing up and bat long for their team.
That's correct. And here's a punch to the offside. There's a quick single taken. Well run. Score goes up to 112, 111, 111 for 3. This is the 39th over being bowled. Andrew on 38 face up to Stevenson, and he's turning this one off his legs. Think about a single, and he said no.
Not sure what happened there. It looked to be rather an easy single. Bowen Tuckett probably wasn't quite ready or aware at that moment.
He should have gotten a single.
Maybe thought that it wouldn't have run past the square that easily.
Andrew is forward. Textbook style. And here is Andrew punching that one out to extra cover. Run through for a single. That's all there will be. That brings the over to an end. And at the end of the 39th over, the Leeward Islands trying to get to the total set by them, set by Barbados, 279 for 8, declare 112. 112 for 3. Joel Andrew on to 35. Yesterday, Stacey, at Stumps, after the delay in play, the Bajan closed yesterday at 132 for 6. Are we likely to see a similar pattern here, or we're hoping that the Leeward Islanders will go past that with the same 3 wickets intact and come back and
Well, I don't like to be
overhaul the total.
I don't like to be preemptive. I don't like to preempt at all because I know that the Barbados team, they have a formidable bowling attack. Having said that, I haven't seen the Leeward Islands bat in this tournament, but what I can see from them is that they're quite a resilient bunch. So I cannot call how the day might end at this point in time, Mr. Hahn.
Short ball there from Lane. Had the batsman in 2 minds. Eventually he get it out of the way. Skipper Tuckett coming down and having a word with him. Telling him to keep his eyes on the ball, young man. And here he is, slapping this one through extra cover. And they picked up 2 runs. Strifely short, and he gave himself some room. And punch it through extra cover region. 2 runs, score up to 114. 114 for 3. The Leeward Islands chasing 279 for 8 declared by Barbados. Indeed, this is a good contest. It's always good to see that a team can come back. You know, Barbados have a good standard of cricket. And here he is, Andrew just dropping that one and setting off a single quite quickly. And indeed, good thinking by the batsman. Stacey.
Yes, they definitely need to be scoring runs, and any runs on offer, of course, they should take it. And that's what we saw with the Barbados batters. They came out this morning and they look quite positive. So these two need to replicate that and just be positive. Show a lot of, bat with a lot of purpose. Yes, forbearance need to come into play as well. But still, they need to show some intent when there's a bad ball.
It's good to see Skipper Tuckett leading from the front as captain. He has been there for a while now. So he needs to continue to bat on and to bat very long. For this delivery, he is forward in defense. Plays back up to the bowler. You can see him trying to concentrate hard. Every now and then, takes a little walk to square leg.
Yes, and he must. Martin mentioned that he hasn't really shown up with the bat so far in the tournament, and the stats shows that. So it's a final, and he needs to really show up, put his hand up for his team and bat long.
Here he is turning this one to short mid-wicket. No run. Lane trying his utmost best to extract some life out of this wicket. Been testing the batsman with some relatively short ball, quick short ones on the body. But so far, Skipper Tuckett has been playing well. And here he goes again, short. He turns this off down to fine leg. They go through for a single. That's all there will be, and that brings the 40th over to an end. And the score is pushed on to 116. 116 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. Trying to reach target of 279 for 8 declared by Barbados, who came out very positive this morning. And Robertson Seeley put on 142 partnership. Was indeed encouraging for Barbados, for cricket lovers, and for the West Indies on a whole. And these two now are trying to do similar fashion for the Leeward Islanders. Both captain and Andrew.
Stevenson is going to continue, but just going back to this morning's proceedings, Sylvanus, what do you make of that declaration by the Barbados team, declaring at 279, just 21 more runs needed and they would have gotten to 300, which would have given them an extra batting point.
Well, I think Barbados didn't worry too much about the extra batting point, but they foreseeing that. I think it was a strategic move because they think they have a very good bowling attack that they will be able to bowl out the Leeward Islanders. They had some success earlier on, but so far these two batters, Captain and Andrew, has defied them of that. So it's still a long way to go in this game. We still have tomorrow. They have already gotten 3 scalp of the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, and part of the reason why they declared was to deny Leeward Islands any more bowling points. They did accumulate some bowling points, fast bowling points by way of Watley and Andrew picking up 3 wickets between them.
So we have Seeley replacing Stevenson from this end and bowling quite well. Again, the Barbadian spinners have limited the Leeward Islanders from scoring as quick as they would like. Here is the captain punching this ball to the offside, and they go through for 2 as the ball runs out to deep extra cover. Pushes the total now on to 119. 119 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. Going along nicely. And Tuckett plays out on the offside and bring the 41st over to an end.
That's at the end of the over. So 118. I think I heard Mr. Martin referring to you as a left arm spinner. Something about that being your trade. 2 left arm spinners. We've seen 2 left arm spinners on display for the Barbados team so far. Which one of them do you think is more like you in terms of their approach to the crease?
It's difficult to say, but I'm not seeing the jump from either of them, but their similarity is that they're both unorthodox left-arm spinners like myself. So, and once they get the ball in the right areas, they could be. Left-arm spinners are very difficult to play at times. We have seen some bounce and turn from Stevenson. This delivery from Lane is pushed back by Andrew up to mid-on. No run.
So my next question to you would be, you mentioned that you're not seeing the jump, but times have changed and players, they're comfortable doing certain things that brings them comfort with their approach to the crease. So in terms of changing that, it might be difficult. and might play on the minds of the effort delivery there from Johan Lane, but a flashing drive from Joel Andrew. I sees it flying over the slips, a slip cordon for 4.
Yes, and it was pitch wide, and he saw it and opened up chances his arms and got it off the leading edges, flew down to where third man would have been, down to that area, vacant third man position for 4. It gets him a boundary, but I don't think it's a wide shot to play at this time, because he needs to be there, he needs to stay there with his captain, and the Leeward Islanders still have a very, very long way to go. But nonetheless, he got 4 runs. He pushed on to 41. His score now is 122. 122.
Yes, so as I was saying, it sometimes it's difficult to change the setup of a bowler when they're operating that way and have been successful. Yes, there are things you can add. I don't disagree, of course. It's about improvement, and definitely there are things that they can add to improve their skill. So with time to come, we'll probably see some of these bowlers on the West Indies senior team, and you might see some differences after. After some work has been done with them, Mr. Hahn. But my next question to you would be, yes, you're a left arm spinner. That's your specialty. So what would you like to see from these left arm spinners more? Something maybe that they're missing, maybe something that you can, add to their deliveries to cause more troubles to the batters?
Yes, Stacey, I have not seen a variety from the left arm today. They are just unorthodox, natural left arm. I have not seen the variation in terms of the slow ball, and more flighty deliveries, and the arm ball has not been used much. Here is a delivery that is hit over long on, down to the boundary for 4 by Andrew. Very good shot indeed. This ball was pitched up and he was into the drive. A lot of right hand into that shot and get it over long on for 4.
Yes, and when he attacks, he tends to go straight down the ground, similar to Jaden Roberts. That's what he do. When he goes for that big shot, it's usually down the ground. Seeing him played a lofted 6 over the longer fielder's head already. And here he is again playing a lofted shot, this time over the long on boundary for 4.
Indeed, he's not afraid to go for his shots. And whether it is too early in the innings for the Leewards for him to start playing his shots. Here is one that is short on the body that he is fending off. He didn't do too well. There's a bit of part of the helmet. Something came off of it.
Yes, that back pad for more protection fell off. Short delivery was quite a sharp bouncer, caught him off guard, and that extra piece that's been added to the helmets as of recently. I'm sure a lot of you viewers would know after the death of Phil Hughes in Australia, they needed to do more modifications to helmets, and that was one of the things they implemented, putting that back piece that's usually attached at the back, just in case anything hits the back there. So that was the part that fell off from Joel Andrew. He wasn't hit in the head, thankfully. Was hit to the body, but the blow that he got and the way he jolted up and came back down, saw that piece falling off.
Yes, Stacey, and we were just talking about variation in bowling, but we saw that surprise delivery, the surprise ball, which is the weaponry for the fast bowlers. This one was dug in short by Lane, a very good bouncer too, directed on the body, and he had to fend it. I think it caught him on his hand, actually. After that 4, that was a very good response.
Yeah, it definitely was a riposte from Lane after being hit over the long on fielder for 4 with a fuller pitch delivery. Decided to go short at Andrew.
Well, we see the physio coming out to examine his hand and where he was being hit. For our viewers, we are not missing any cricket right now. It's just that some attention is being paid to Joel Andrew, who has just received a hit on his hand there from a short pitch ball from Lane. So there is some concern out there right now as they gather around to see exactly whether he continues to his innings or he has to go off to seek some attention. Seems like everything is okay.
Yeah, he's just doing some repair
He's just
work
a bit shaken from that short pitch. A very good body liner, Stacey. Very good body liner. When you use these surprise deliveries as a pacer, you should make them work for you. A little more so, has there been a silly mid-off close in, he could have been out. So all is well as the umpires take up their position. The physio and the 2 substitute fielders now jogs off the field. And shortly will resume play again.
See a change in the attack from the administrative centre end, the commentary end. Nathan Seeley is replacing his left arm partner, Devon Stevenson, from this end.
So Seeley left arm around. And here is Tuckett. Plays that one up to mid-off for a single. The score goes up to 1 to 127. Joel Andrew on 46. Just hit by a short pitch. Face up to Seeley, left arm around. This ball is flighted. He's coming forward. Plays down to Backward point, first slip runs around and field no run. Sun is out again with us. And here is a delivery down the leg side. Appeal goes up. But I guess just my academics. No way that would have hit stumps. Andrew is forward. Plays up to short mid off. No run. Andrew is trying to regain his composure after being hit by that short pitch on his hand. And here he is, driving through extra cover. Crosses for one. This young man has been batting well, and it will really be nice to see him get to his half century and go on from there. He's now on to 47. Total goes up to 128. Captain Tucker on strike. For this delivery, he plays up back to the bowler. Let's bring the over to an end. So 128 for 3. 128 for 3. The Leeward Islanders trying to get 280. Set by Barbados, who declared their innings this morning. Just before lunch, actually. 279 for 8. And we see, Stacey, that the pitch is getting easier and easier. And all it's called for is application. Batters must bat and bat and bat and bat, occupy the crease, build partnership. That's all you want.
Definitely, and you see another change, ringing the changes. Nima Bolden is ringing the changes. Jaden Leacock is replacing Johan Lane from the Beckway end.
Jaden Leacock, he had some success in the earlier part of the day. As the batsman now changes his mittens.
Yes, he bowled well. He wasn't able to get a wicket. There was a drop chance from the captain, Nima Bolden, off his bowling. Malik Walsh was dropped off his bowling earlier, but he bowled well. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up that wicket. So here he is now, bowling to Jewel Andrew.
Andrew tucks this one down to fine leg for a single. He pushes on to 48. Total up by 1 to 129 for 3. 129 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. Chasing 200 and trying to get 280. Barbados declaring their innings just before lunch today, 279 for 8. For this delivery, down the leg side, Captain Tuckett is trying to turn it around, misses completely through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, the Leeward Islands, trail by 150 runs. And so much they trail by. So slowly the score is trickling down, and they just need to keep batting, as they've been doing quite well since that tea break.
The surface is still good for batting, and for this delivery, see Captain Tuckett playing back to the bowler. No run. Leacock bowling to one slip, gully, cover, extra cover.
Yes, the surface definitely hasn't changed from day 1 to day 2. Batters just need to occupy the crease and apply themselves a little bit longer.
Here is Leacock from the Beckway end. Short. Tuckett is in behind it. Playing it back along the wicket. Leacock, a very energetic bowler, running in with some speed. Quick action approach to the wicket. ball, some 43 overs old. As Tuckett is punching his tongue, looking for a run, but was sent back, and wisely so, by Andrew. As he punches this ball down to mid-off. Ball traveling too quickly for a single.
I've seen it happen many times. It's happened to me as well, batting. Sometimes you hit the ball so well, you think you deserve a run and you take off for a run and you get run out.
Indeed.
Just by hitting that ball.
Indeed.
Just
indeed.
by hitting that ball.
Indeed.
Cleanly, but straight to a fielder.
Yes. And that's how it is sometimes when you middle that ball sweetly and hitting the sweet part of the bat. Here is this one, having him in a bit of tangle there as he tries to play on the onside, but it is back down to mid-off. The bowler himself field. No run. So that brings the 44th over to an end. Total 129. Yes.
It's 129 for 3.
$129 for 3. Steady going. Steady going by the Leeward Islanders. Jaden. Sorry. Andrew is on 48, the number 4 batsman for the Leeward Islands. He's been batting quite well. I'd love to see him get his half century and go on to pile on a bit more runs than that.
Sealy has decided to go over the wicket, over the wicket to Joel Andrew. So Barbados, they're definitely trying all they can to break this partnership.
Here is Andrew playing in the V to short mid-off. Sealy bowling to one slip. Cover, extra cover. Short mid-off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, backward square. Short mid-wicket. And this one turns. Getting some purchase, Stacey, whenever he goes over the wicket. There's just a patch of rough there where the bowlers coming up from that side will land. He's trying to get the ball in that area. And here is Andrew trying to punch this one on the offside, gets it as far as squarish cover.
Yeah,
No
good diving stop by Perryman. Jalen Roberts fielded that ball, but he has gone down in some agony. He's clutching his right leg, it appears. Hope he's okay. He's a key member of this Barbados setup. Earlier, he scored 64 runs in a partnership of 142. He's still down. The physio is running out now.
It appears as though he's having some leg cramps, Stacey.
Yes, so we hope it's just cramps and it's nothing more severe than that.
This morning, both teams were warming up. Look, quite a fit bunch, both teams. I did ask the question about the fitness of the teams. And the answer is that there is no injuries in any of the teams. All the players were fit. But here it is. I don't think he would have stepped on the ball or anything.
I'm not sure, but that left leg seems to be in some pain. Physio's giving him some treatment. I hope it's just cramps, and Barbados setup will hope it's just cramps, because he's also handy with the ball. He didn't start too well this morning with the ball, but he's also a handy operator with the ball, and we've seen what he can do with the bat.
So Roberts is getting some attention from the physio while the umpires.
Yeah, he seems to be in a lot of pain
Around
at the
there.
moment, Morgan.
Yeah, definitely. He's really cringing in pain there. Don't know exactly what is happening. In the meantime, viewers, you're not missing any cricket.
Yeah, so we could just give you a recap of how things have gone in this final so far. Leeward Islands, they won the toss. We had a late start. Yesterday we started at 2:30. Leeward Islands, they won the toss. They sent Barbados into bat. At the end of day one, the Barbados team, they were 132 for 6. This morning, they got to 279 for 8 and declared off the back of a brilliant partnership between Jaden Roberts, the man down at the moment, and Nathan Seeley. In reply, the Leeward Islands, they're 129 for 3. They trail by 150 runs. Dismissed batters for the Leeward Islands so far, Tarek Charles, Malik Walsh, and Michael Graves. Currently, Joel Andrew and the captain, Carlan Bowen Tuckett, is at the wicket trying to do some repair work for Leeward Islands.
And repair work indeed that they're doing. Very good indeed. So we'll take a break here now and we'll come back in about 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, they've decided to take a drinks break because the fielder is down. So good call by the umpires. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back. We're back here at the Annisville Cricket Ground after that drinks break. Unfortunate news for the Barbados team. Jaden Roberts was helped off the field by some of his fellow teammates. So he's in some pain, agonizing pain. The substitute fielder is Jomario Sintil. We are back here with action as Nathan Seeley is about to continue to Joel Andrew, who is on 48, nearing a half century. Right away, Jamario is into action. 2 runs to Joel Andrew, bringing up his half century, well deserved for the young man.
Well played indeed, well played. He deserved that half century. He have batted soundly, he have batted with tremendous concentration and application. And well played, 50.
Yes, and innings highlighted by a lot of self-restraint from Joel Andrew. So good stuff from the youngster. Much needed from Leeward Islands. So drag down delivery to end the over. Then wasn't able to capitalize on it. Hitting it to the man Jaden Leacock at the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket area at the end of the over. The score is 131 for 3.
And Stacey, it's very nice to see that the Leeward Islands are playing themselves back into this game after early scare and the loss of 2 early wickets when they had a good partnership going, but they would have consolidated after the fall of the second wicket. Captain Tuckett and Andrew have steered the ship quite well.
Indeed so, and they definitely need a big partnership, something of significance if they are to trouble the Barbados total in any form or any way. They still trail by 148 runs, so much to do for these 2 in the middle and the other batters to come as well.
So these 2 have realized 50 partnership for the Leeward Islanders. And here is this ball from Leacock, plays short mid-wicket by Captain Tuckett, no run. Leacock bowling to 1 slip, a gully. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Backward square leg in the substitute Jomario Sintil. And the fine leg. Here is Leacock down the leg side. The batsman went through for a bye, signaled by the umpire. Score goes up by 2 runs. It's now 133. 133 for 3, the Leeward Islands. 132? 132 for 3, sorry, I was just corrected. 132 for 3. And here's a loose shot coming from...
Yes, not a lot of that. Haven't seen a lot of that from Joel Andrew in his innings. He's batted with a lot of poise so far. And one of a rare lapse in concentration. You see, he's first time I'm seeing him walking all the way across to that square leg area and doing a bit of exercise as well. So just trying to refocus because he knew that shot was definitely not on before.
Yeah, that was a very lame shot by him. Let's see what he does with this delivery. Is in defense. Plays back up to the bowler. Yes, it always happens, Stacey, after a little break. Batsmen, bowlers alike have to get themselves back into the game, have to try and concentrate hard. It takes a little more on the batter's side to concentrate and get themselves back again.
Yes, mental toughness is key when playing sports, and it's good to see that the young batter, Joel Andrew, he recognized that he probably lost some concentration in playing that shot, and he just went across to the square leg area to gather himself, and he's still doing that. So it's good to see the process from this young man trying to refocus.
Well, it is said 99% of the game is played in your head. So he has shown that he has a good head on his shoulder so far as he concentrates. And for this delivery, he is pushing out to mid-off, short mid-off. That brings it over to the end. So the Leeward Islanders staging a comeback, trying to get to 280 after Barbados declared 279 for 8 just before lunch. They are now 132 for 3. Andrew is on 50. Andrew is on 50 not out. And Tuckett is on 13, giving good support.
It's Tariq O'Neill is about to be reintroduced, and he's coming from the administrative centre end. It's the end that he started things from. He was switched to the Beckwith end. So he's going to continue here from the administrative centre end. The Barbados team, they're opting to go with a mixture of pace and spin. Pace from one end and spin from the other.
Well, it's a good ploy, and we have seen it work for them. They were able to get two wickets. And we see what would happen here as O'Neill, right arm around the wicket bowl. Tuckett is easily behind this one, plays back to the bowler, no run. Flighted, and he drives up to long off for a single. Pushes his tally, Tuckett, onto 14, and the overall total on 233 for 3. Brings the man who has been at the crease for quite a while now and steering the Leeward Islanders to get this total. Andrew is on 50 as he faces up to O'Neill. He plays out to short mid-off. No run. It's very impressive to see these youngsters applying themselves, occupying the crease. This one pitched outside the leg stump. Andrew had a swipe at it, misses. Keeper takes down the leg side. The run resulted. Again, Stacey, O'Neill seems not to, in this spell, holding a consistent line.
Unfortunately, he raises his bat now, well deserved. Happy that he got a chance to raise his bat due to an error on the scoreboard. He was on 49. He's now on 51, but I'm happy that he got to raise his bat before anything else occurred. So congratulations to him again.
Yes, indeed.
He's on
well,
51.
he deserves all the encouragement and applause. Yes, but it's quite well. There is O'Neill around the wicket to Tuckett, the skipper. Back and trying to force on the offside. Straight to cover. No run. That brings you over to an end. 46 overs being bowled. 47 overs being bowled. Score is 134. O'Neill on 51. Sorry, Andrew on 51 and Tuckett on 14.
Yes, they now trail by 145, and one of the things I always have to mention, and I'm happy about this format, this tournament being contested as a 3-day format. You get to see the growth of the players from match to match. Joel Andrew is not a name that I heard much about coming into this match, and here he is today putting up his hand for his team, scoring a valiant half-century, much needed from him. So it's good to see the growth and a lot of the players there acquiring knowledge match by match.
And of course he will go from leaps and bounds, and here he plays out and hustle through for a very quick single, and here it is now, like the skipper having hustled through for that run, was in a bit of trouble there. We see him hobbling, but he seems to be all right now. Stacey, maybe the call caught him off guard for that quick run. The ball was played to cover. It was a sharp single and he was struggling to get up there, but he's fine now. So the score pushed on to 135 for 3. Here is Tuckett trying to whip the ball on the onside, misses, hits his pad and rolls out to square leg. No run resulted. Stacey, it's always important that the non-striker is backing up. And I think Skipper Tuckett was a bit flat-footed there.
I didn't see that actually. I think he ran well. It's just when he was about to run in and push his bat, he sort of pulled up. Maybe a bit of cramp, but he's okay. And look, he's running quite fine. He's hobbling a bit to come back for that second run.
So here he is whipping that one to the mid-wicket region and picking up 2 runs. Yes, and as he comes back for the second run, he's still showing signs of a limp. Not sure if it's his ankle or if it's a cramp he is experiencing. But nevertheless, 2 runs to his tally. Score moves up to 137 for 3. He pushed on to 16. There's just short delivery, stands up straight and plays it down to short mid-off. This has become quite noticeable. The Barbadians earlier on are very much enthusiastic. The fall of the last 2 wickets, and they're a bit flat now. And for this delivery short, he pushes up, another quick single taken, but Captain Tuckett going to the danger end is there in a flash. Single resulted from that delivery. Tuckett moves on to 17. The score moves up to 1 by 138 now for 3. The Leeward Islanders batting quite soundly. Partnership building all the time. Andrew remains on 51, will take strike. 1 slip, gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, short, backward square. This one he tries to turn off his hip. Ball goes out on the onside, just behind the keeper. There's no run, that brings the over to an end. 138 for 3. The Leeward Islanders trying to reach a target of 280 if they are to get 4 innings point. 279 for 8 declared Barbados. After 142 partnership between Jaden Roberts and Nathan Seeley. Jaden Roberts getting 64.
And just a correction there, they actually don't have 4 innings points. What they have is batting points. Barbados accumulated some batting points, scoring 79 in that first innings. I think you get batting points when you get to 250, sorry. And so the Leeward Islands team, they'll be looking to get to at least 250 or more. 300, I think you get added batting points with 300. So Tariq O'Neill is going to continue to Carlin Bowen Tuckett. See a very defensive field set for Tariq O'Neill's bowling. They have 5 men on the boundary, 4 on that leg side boundary. I haven't seen a lot of shots played so far from these batters unless it's been a bad delivery. So interesting to see the ploy here from the Barbados team.
And here is Andrew driving up to long off for another single. He moves up to 52. The score on to 140. 140 for 3. Playing in the V. Captain Tuckett drives up to long off. Another single. He's now on to 18. Score 141 for 3. $53. So Andrew is on to 53. And Captain Tuckett is on 18. 19. Tuckett is on 19. Let's go both down there.
Swept well, but there's a feel at that square leg boundary. So Andrew and Tuckett so far, they haven't played a lot of aerial shots, and it's good to see from them. They have the opportunity to score along the ground because they have a more defensive field set. So it's good to see they're taking the opportunity along the ground. See, at the end of the over, the score is 141 for 3. 142, sorry, for 3.
So the Leeward Islanders fighting back in this game, settling into themselves now and pacing themselves to take over this total set by Barbados of 279. 142 for 3. Captain Tuckett at the wicket, giving good support to Andrew. Joel Andrew. He's on 53, not out.
Yes.
Has been batting quite well.
Yeah, still a lot to do for the Leeward Islands. These two batters, they're set, and they should look to build a big partnership, something that can worry the Barbados team. The Barbados team, on the other hand, they've picked up 3 wickets, and they know that as of now, they still have a lead of 137 runs. So another wicket or 2, and it can bring them back into the game. And they are trying everything that they have. They have changed the wrong bowlers, they have switched ends, and now we see Johan Lane is back into the attack from the Beckway end.
There is a short ball from Lane. It's a no ball. Is it? No, it's not a no ball. Thought I heard a call for no ball. But it's pretty short. Plays out into the cover region. There's no run resulting. And from a Leeward Island standpoint, Stacey, we would like these two to go right up to the close of play and come back tomorrow. So here is Lane running into bowl to Andrew, and for this delivery, it's a shot. He gets his head out of the way. The umpire signal wide. One more added to the score.
Sharp bunks by Johan Lane, discouraging to the bowler. I don't agree with that call, to be honest, but the umpire, from his vantage point at the square leg region, decided that that was too short. And
Well,
adjudged the
Andrew
wide.
already is a short man. Stacey. And it's over the shoulder. Once it's over the shoulder, you're being called, and that is what happened there.
Yeah, what I saw was evasive action from... That one is much shorter, but the delivery before, what I saw was evasive action from Joel Andrew getting out of the line of that delivery. So that one was way over his head on that occasion. So I agree with that call. But that first call, I think it was tight. But the umpires, they have the final say.
Yes. Yes, so we've seen two short pitch from Lane. Andrew taking evasive actions. And Lane is working up some steam here now. Let's see what will be the response. And here is another short ball. Andrew stands up straight and play it back to the bowler. The sun is with us here at Vale still for this delivery. Andrew is driving back to the bowler, pitched up.
Yeah, the bowler he's fired up after that call by the umpire. He's been running in harder, bowled a few short pitch deliveries, and then he pitched that one right up with some pace to Andrew.
Yes, as we say, Stacey, he's bending his back now, hoping to extract something from this wicket. It has been playing quite easily, favouring the batsman.
Yes, just to remind the viewers, there are also two other games being played. Jamaica versus Guyana at Park Hill. They're playing for the third place playoff. And at Cumberland Cricket Ground, Leeward Islands versus Leewards for that fifth place. Some information, the game in Cumberland has been called off due to heavy rain and a wet outfield. An appeal there from the keeper, nothing much from the bowler. He went up after the keeper did. So rightly turned down by umpire Shannon Crawford. But yes, the game in Park Hill, Jamaica, some information about the scores there. Jamaica batted first. They made 284 all out. And Guyana, they won 127 for 2.
Yeah, good tactics by Lane there. He was bowling short for most of this over. This time he decided to pitch it up, and I think he caught the batsman off guard. He has a wild switch at one outside the off stump, but misses.
Drawing the error from the batter on that occasion, hitting that ball aerially. Of course, it fell way short of the man at the mid-on fielder. But an impressive over from Johan Lane. He ran in really hard and he drew the error out from the batter. Unfortunately, there was no man there. We're landing in no man's land, as they would say.
Yes, too short pitch. We saw Andrew taking evasive action, as we would say. Smell the leather. But that did not disturb him. He continues to bat well, continues to concentrate for his team. So he is on 55.
Yes, and we see another fielder, another player going down, Jaden Roberts. Just to remind you, he was helped off the field earlier. And now we see the captain of the Leeward Islands, Colin Bowen Tuckett, taking off his pads and stretching out. I hope it's just cramps.
My word, Stacey, it has to be cramps. It has to be cramps, Stacey. To see more than one player going down, one after the other, as we get into the late session of this match. The players have been out there and it's now taking a toll of them. So you see what long partnerships can do when you keep a team out in the middle. You really have to be fit for this game. So our viewers, you're not missing any cricket again.
Yes, and it's a pretty hot day and something to be mindful of as well. A lot of these players, they haven't ventured into the longer format of the game. I've spoken to some of the coaches and the parents, and they have said that a lot of these players, it's their first time playing the longer format of the game. You know, that they play the T20, they've played the 50 overs. So I'll mention again, credit to West Indies board for Cricket West Indies for having this tournament as a 3-day format. So it helped the players to evolve and understand their game because they're playing for a longer period of time. Unfortunately, you'll get some occasions where players will cramp up and they'll be in some pain, maybe some minor injuries as well. But they'll get over it because there's a bigger picture.
Indeed, Stacey. Well said. It's really good. The Cricket West Indies must be congratulated for the reintroduction of 3-day cricket. And of course, the longer version, where players would be able to apply themselves, concentrate for longer periods. I think this is what the West Indies cricket needs if our players are to really make an impact on the international scene and to be there for quite a while. Too often we see players come on the scene and they vanish, either through injury or some other distraction. And these are the times when you have different sports, Stacey, and different things taking up your attention.
Yes, certainly. And at this stage, it's under 19. We also have the under 15 tournament being played in Grenada as well. So good to see the youth getting a chance to display their talents. And at this stage, it's all about growing. It's all about acquiring knowledge. And a lot of these players, they have grown from strength to strength in this tournament. We have seen it firsthand. A lot of work still to be done. And I'm pretty sure the coaches back home and the families, they'll get that work done to help evolve these young players.
All the better for West Indies cricket. And here's O'Neill starting a new over. For this delivery, Andrew is playing back up along the wicket. No run. This one is turning into the batsman. Get some turn there from that one, Stacey. I haven't seen much turn from him at this end. But that one did turn. Again, right on the middle stumps. Watchful is Andrew as he plays out on the onside. O'Neill getting through his overs very quickly. And here's a sweep shot onto deep backward square. Single is the result.
Yes, he's using a different angle, trying to cramp the batter up. Unfortunately, that's one of the results of a spinner, half spinner coming around the wicket to a right-hander. It will pitch outside leg, and it's basically a free hit when it pitches outside there. And you see Andrew, he got down and swept that well. So no chance of being LBW if it hits the pad.
Not sure if it's a tactic used by O'Neill trying to pitch the ball into the rough, or it's just one of him straying, but we see from him this one more on the middle and off stump and plays up to short mid-off. No run. Tuckett getting back and punching. Well fielded by short mid-off. No run. Overcomes Sunin. 145 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. 146 for 3, the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, they now trail by 133 runs, and it's been quite easy going for these batters post tee.
At 4:27, as the shadows lengthens here at Arnos. We see Lane continue the attack. He decides to come around the wicket, and he would be bowling to the well set Andrew, who is forward to a ball pitch relatively short.
Yes, I expect to see some short pitch stuff from Johan Lane. The way the field is set, it's an indication that he'll be bowling some short pitch deliveries to Andrew.
Well, there's a deep backward square and there's a deep fine leg. We have not seen for the short pitch a man at leg gully or anything for the ball that he may fend off. There's some adjustment. So we wait to see what will be the tactics of Lane as he comes into bowl. For this delivery, he's pitching it just outside the off stump. No trouble for the batsman who plays quietly on the offside, on to cover. One slip, third man, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket short. Man on the deep backward square leg boundary and a man on the fine leg boundary. We watch as to this delivery, plays outside the off, plays outside, ball outside the off stump and flashes through the covers there by Andrew. A very exquisite cover drive, Stacey. It brings up a boundary.
Marvelous cover drive there from Andrew. Got in position quite quickly. He was expecting that, you could say, after that delivery, Johan Lane bowled previously, a similar delivery this time, too much room, allowing Andrew to free his arms and play that elegantly to the covers for 4.
So the total now, 149, 150. That brings 150 up. And here's another short one. It is as if Andrew is expecting a short pitch, but he was right on top of it, playing it down.
Yes, and that's smart cricket from Andrew. He knows that the short pitch delivery is going to come at some point in time in the over, and he just got on top of it and played it down. And as you mentioned, there's no one around the bat to take a catch just in case it pops up, so he's free to just try and fend it off instead of playing a big shot to it. Extremely short there from Lane, trying his hardest to bowl as short as possible. But that was too short, not troubling the bat at all, so he was able to just duck under it. Umpires calling that a wide as well.
Yes, Stacey, and we've been saying all along that fast bowlers must use these short pitch ball as their surprise deliveries, but I think by now Andrew could preempt what Lane is going to bowl because he has been very short in most of his overs. He's walked up, and as he runs in now, we see for this delivery, he's a bit more up to the bat, and Andrew is equal to the task, plays out on the offside.
Yes, and Andrew has batted quite sensibly. The highlight of his innings so far has been that he puts away the bad deliveries. Anything that's loose, that's what he'll do. He'll put it away. And if it's a good delivery, he respects it. And it's just a simple process for him, and it's working out quite well.
Yes, very diminutive in figure, and although he'd been hit on his hand previous over, he has not been perturbed by that at all. He continues to bat very, very soundly.
Yeah, change of pace on that occasion from Lane, but Andrew was up for the task. But some good signs here from both of these players, a little competition between the two. Lane working really hard to try and get that wicket, but Andrew is batting like a wall right now. A strong wall. A very strong wall for his team, Leeward Islands, and they require that at this moment.
And indeed, it's always good to see a balance in play. not just one team dominating. Earlier, the Barbadians had the upper end and was in control of the game, but here is Leeward making a comeback.
There's also going to be a change at the administrative centre end. Joshua Dawn is going to be introduced into the attack. He'll be bowling to Tuckett, who's been quiet, but he's playing his role well, just being supportive, being watchful, and building a partnership with Andrew.
So this is his first ball, Joshua Dawn, for this match. The second delivery, oh, he almost give it away there. He stuck it. As this one jumps on him a bit, he was backing away trying to play a shot, and the ball did get some turn and came into him that he almost gave a catch to short mid-on.
Yeah, some unexpected bonks. He was looking to pull out of that pull shot. Looks as if he was set up to play that pull shot. Instead of that, he was looking to pull out of it and got a edge going to the man, Johan Lane, at that short mid-wicket area. It didn't go to hand. Lucky on the part of Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Well, he has to be more watchful. This is a new bowler into the attack. Bowling his first spell for the day for Barbados. And here it is, dead ball signal by umpire.
Yeah, the batter wasn't ready. Joshua Dawn, he just turned and ran back up to bowl. But
for this delivery, Tuckett is driving, fielded by the bowler. You get the feeling, Stacey, that Tuckett wants to get at the bowler.
Yeah, well, Dawn is bowling quite quickly. He just gets to his mark and just starts to run in. Doesn't really have a think about it. He just starts to run in to the bowlers. The batters. He's trying to get through his over quite quickly. Pop up again, but no one there. Shot. Some frustration by Johan Lane. Just flipping off his cap in frustration there. 2 chances really going in this over. Well, not really chances, but two errors from the batter, Colin Bowen Tuckett, but didn't go to hand.
Yes, indeed. And with the new bowler in the attack, Joshua Dawn, he seems to be getting some bunks. He's a pretty tall man, so he's extracting some bunks out of the wicket as well.
Yes,
bunks and turn.
And he's bowling quite slowly, and I think that's key. He's bowling quite slowly, and what happened in those 2 balls that went in the air, Tuckett was sort of through the shot. He was there, he's like, oh, the shot is on, and then he just had to kind of pull out at the last moment. So Joshua Dawn, the surprise package for Barbados, bowled a pretty good over, drawing out some error from Colin Bowen Tuckett. And Jaden Leacock ringing the changes. Nima Bowling is ringing the changes, and he has opted to bring in Jaden Leacock from the Beckway end.
So the score on 152 for 3.
Umpire just had a word with Tuckett. I'm not too sure if it's Leacock seems to probably seems there's another, yeah, they have to change bowlers. I'm wondering if it's because of the rule, the fast bowling rule. We have to get a tally of how many overs Jaden Leacock bowled within an hour. So that perhaps is the reason for the change in the bowling. And we see Nathan Seeley is going to be introduced into the attack instead of Jaden Leacock. Go ahead.
Yes, Stacey, obviously it's the rule, so then he's not able to bowl from that end. The umpire rightly calling it. And so he'll have to wait. So he's unable to bowl. So Nathan Seeley will take up the attack from the Sudden or back way in as he comes into bowl to Tuckett. Short, and here is Tuckett. Opening up to slap that one to the wicket. Didn't get hold of it as he would like. Resulted in a single. Total now moved up to 153. 153, the Leeward Islanders. Chasing a target of 280. Barbados earlier, before lunch today, batted and took their overnight score of 132 for 6 up to 279 for 8 declare. They would have got some early success in getting to scalp, and this time, Andrew is bowled from a very careless shot, a non-shot. A ball that was pitched by Jaden Seals. He tries to turn it, but with a casual approach, Stacey, and loses his middle and off stump.
Yes, I think that was a lack of concentration from Andrew, who played so well for his half century, and he looked to turn that ball, and it just fell on his stump. An anticlimax to the way he's been playing today. He's played brilliantly for the Leeward Islands team. Not a shot you'd expect to see, given the way he has played today. It's unfortunate for the Leeward Islands. And we're pretty close to the end of the day's play, and we see a wicket falling. It's Hilroy Andrew to make his way out to the middle. He'll be replacing Jewel Andrew.
Yes, Stacey, it's a very sad way to go after playing so well all day, and that's what we're saying all along, that these two have batted so well, and they need to concentrate and to see the Leeward Islands go to the closer play with just 3 wickets down, but now with a careless shot coming from Andrew, who have played so well for his 60, getting to that half century, and just a trifle lapse in concentration, a careless shot caused him his wicket.
Yes, credit to the way he batted in his innings for the Leeward Islands team. Unfortunately, sometimes we're all human, sometimes we lose concentration at crucial points in the day, and that's what happened with Joel Andrew there. He hung his head down when he was going out, quite dejected, the young man is, because of that dismissal, and he knows that was a very bad time to get out.
How often we have seen this happen, Stacey, when batters get a good start and for some reason, just a lapse in concentration, when they seem set for a big total, they just give their wicket away. And this is what we are saying. If we get batsmen who are putting their head down and bat for a long period, there's no way you should be getting out like that. So Nathan Sealy, has gotten the breakthrough for Barbados, removing Joel Andrew for 60, bowled.
Yeah, I really didn't see that coming, the way he was batting, the young man. Batted with a lot of self-restraint. It's not like he was looking for a big shot. He was just looking to turn that ball into the onside and get a single, but the wrong delivery to be turning into the onside, especially it's a left-arm spinner operating, not an off spinner. So yes, a clear lapse in concentration on behalf of the young man, but credit to him, he batted, he scored 60 runs for his team. Carlin Bowen Tuckett, the captain, is still there. He was joined by Hilroy Andrew. So the two of them, they need to see Leeward Islands. They need to see off the day for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, so Martin is back with us, so I'll take my leave here, and Martin and Stacey, you take it away.
Stacey, and good afternoon to you again. So interesting turns of event here. Leeward Islands really was in control of this game thus far for the afternoon period. Just losing that wicket of Andrew for 60, giving the Bajans something to work with. So 153 for 4. Dawn, second over in this innings.
Yes, he bowled a fabulous over to Carlin Bowen-Tuckett previously, drawing out the error from him on 2 occasions, but not going to hand. But I must say welcome back to you, Mr. Martin. I thought for some reason you were gone on a boat. You have been hinting at that all day. So I thought that I would have seen you sailing down to the Beckwith Channel.
Well, you know, St. Vincent have the best sailing waters, so I must take the time to do such. Only take an hour to get across the Beckwith.
Yes, well, welcome back. It's good to have you back with us. And it's good to know that you didn't leave us and go to Beckwith, one of the other beautiful Grenadine islands that we have here in St. Vincent. And Joshua Dawn is continuing to Carlin Bowen-Tuckett. Causing a bit of problems to Bowen-Tuckett since his introduction, Dawn. Tuckett just has to apply himself some more after losing that wicket, especially. Don't need to lose another wicket. Just don't give it away. That's all you should be thinking at this point in time. Don't give it away.
Yeah.
So at the end of the over, it's 153 for 4.
Well, a good partnership between these two. Been broken by Sealy. Coming back for Barbados and taking that important wicket of Andrew. He continues to bowl from the Beckwith, and 153 for 4. Leewards in reply to Barbados 279. Had things in control after tea. Really had a very good hour and a half or so of cricket between these two batters. And all of a sudden, careless shot by Andrew, losing his wicket to Sealy. That has put a little bounce in the Barbadian steps. They are looking for more as Sealy continues.
Swept nicely behind backward square. Won't get to the boundary. Romario Roach gives chase. He pulls it back. They take 2 runs.
So 155 for 4. Leewards in reply to Barbados. Really looking in a good position, strong position. After losing their 3rd wicket, these two came together, Tuckett and Andrew, batted sensibly until he gave his wicket away, gifted it away really. So a lovely shot there, picking up another single. Tuckett needs to carry his bat right through the innings. He needs to finish this day on a not out and try to come back tomorrow and bat as long as possible again for his team. This is the finals and you really need to pull a few rabbits out of your hat, Tuckett, for your team. But Sealy would have different ideas. Tuckett stands up and just punches that one to short extra cover. A ring of fielders are there. One slip. Square cover. Just flighted this time. Good feeling by the man. Knocks it down. Signal just about 1 delivery remaining this over. So some interesting cricket has been played over an hour and a half between these two teams, fighting. Championship on the line. Good delivery outside the arse and beating Tuckett into the glove of Bolden. That brings you over to an end. 155 for 4. Leeward Islands in reply to Barbados 279. Solid cricket here by the Leeward Islands this afternoon. So I said it before, just before we came out of tea, that Leeward Islands need to win these 2 sessions. And in my opinion, they have really won these 2 sessions thus far. But Barbados have just snuck back in to the game by taking that wicket of Andrew, giving themselves an opportunity to get at somebody new.
There's another change in the bowling from the commentary end there, also known as the administrative centre end. Devon Stevenson is being reintroduced into the attack. He'll be bowling to Hilroy Andrew.
So one Andrew has departed and another Andrew has taken his place. There's 2 slips. Square cover, short extra cover, cover, mid off, mid wicket, square leg, long on. Flighted delivery outside the off stump by Stevenson. Really good delivery into the keeper's glove of bowling. Good bowling there. Good delivery. Stevenson in again. And one is played back to him. Andrew, looking good so far. Looking for that sweep. Sent back by his captain Tuckett. As the shadows lengthen here in Arnos Vale, the sun is with us somewhat. Cricket continues here. Good contest between these 2 for championship. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands. Day 2 of 3 days. Barbados getting the better of the Leeward Islands at least 3/4 of the day. This one is neatly tucked to square leg. He's looking for 2. He's calling for 2. Good running. Takes 2. Good running by these 2. Some aggressive running between Tuckett and Andrew, bringing them 2 more runs, says Jan.
Yes, some good cricket there by Andrew. Seeing that 2 runs was an offer, and he ran hard. So quick running between the 2 of these batters. Score moves up to 157 for 4.
So at 157 for 4, Leeward's in a pretty good position here. And is looking to get to that total of 279.
The hammer is out, Martin.
Right?
The hammer is out. Seemed to be an issue with the run up there for Nathan Seeley. So the hammer is out by the groundman doing some repair work to the area there on the pitch.
Well, he's probably hitting a few nails on his head. You know, I've not seen that ever in cricket. The hammer is out. Creating a little ease for Seeley. So Leewards have fought back nicely here this afternoon, an hour and a half. Putting up some serious resistance to the Barbadians. Their bowling attack. Skipper, he's still there. He's batting pretty long. He's on 13. This one is tossed into the legs. He's calling for a single. He stuck it. He's on 21. Score 157. 157 for 4. Tuckett on 21. Andrew has just joined him. Another dot delivery. Good, solid batting by Tuckett again. He's playing a captain's innings here for his team. They need him. He needs to come to the party. He is there. Just need to make sure that he doesn't blow the balloon and it pops. That's the end of the series over. As things are winding down here at Arnos Vale. Good contest on hand. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands in the finals. Barbados was inserted on day 1. They had lost the morning's play. Started in the afternoon. They made 279. They were bowled out. Well, they were declared at 279 just before lunch today. And Lee was in reply. They are 158 for 4. Replying strongly here to the Barbadians is the Leeward Islands team. Stevenson, this one is on the leg stump, not taken cleanly by bowling. I've not seen much of that today from him. He has kept wicket pretty decently. Down the leg side again. Badly line delivery by Stevenson.
Yeah.
Probably working on something there, Stacey.
Yeah, looks as if he's trying to bowl that straighter one, but just ripping it too straight and getting it. It keeps going past the legs of the batter.
Just flat and faster.
He's gonna bowl that straighter ball. He probably needs to start it more on the off stump rather than around the middle stump where he's been aiming at.
Flighted. Fielded nicely by the man at short mid wicket. That is Lane. Big man. Got down pretty low. Saved a run or 2 there. Andrew on strike. This one is turning and having him some problems playing it late.
And that's the delivery right there, the one that straightens and then it just drifts away slightly to the offside, to the right-handed batter.
Good batting here. He's called again for a single. So there have not been good communication between these two so far. They are starting and stopping. They are calling and sending each other's back. They have to make up their minds as to what they want to do. It's getting close to that time for closer play. It's just about 5 minutes to go. Over or 2 is remaining. So Captain Tuckett have to really take charge of things, proceedings out there. But they have had at least about 2 hours of good cricket. They have played some good cricket and they need to continue to do so. They have brought the fight to Barbados. Barbados, they are still plugging away, still looking for those wickets. They were successful in dismissing Andrew for 60. He has been replaced by another Andrew. This contest is a keenly contested one between these two teams. After declaration of 279 at lunch, Barbados was thinking of something different today. But there's an appeal, a stifled appeal, and he's called for 1. He gets 1.
Don has been reintroduced.
So 1 leg by.
Yes. Don is into the attack now. He's replaced Nathan Seeley. And right away into action, he hits the pads of Tuckett. However, just a bit too high. We've seen Don is getting some bounce off of this surface, Martin.
And you just taking his bottom hand off of that, playing it defensively.
Yes, and with that bounce that he's getting, I feel that they can employ is having a man around the bat, maybe somebody at short leg and maybe somebody at silly short leg.
This one is swept. Just another. Another single that takes the score up to 160. Another easy single taken there by Tuckett. Good batting by these two. Just rotating the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking. 161 for 4. 161 for 4. This one is driven sweetly through covers. He's getting close to the fence. Would it hit the ropes? He's been chased. No, he doesn't win. The ball wins that race into the fence for 4. A really good shot there by Andrew.
Yes, textbook cover drive from Hilroy Andrew. Coming forward, keeping his shape, head over the ball, and the placement was exceptional to get it through that gap in the cover area. So good batting from Andrew late on day 2.
Yes, and the Leeward Islands keep chipping off this target that the Barbadians have set, getting closer and closer. So that's the end of the Dawn's over. 165 for 4. 165 for 4. Leeward Islands in reply to Barbados 279.
If it's one thing I can say for a fact, Martin, from what I've seen in the tournament so far, all of these batters, they know when a bad ball is bowled, they can recognize that, and they put away every bad delivery that's been bowled. So some good signs going forward.
So there's Stevens is still bowling it.
Tariq O'Neill has been reintroduced into the attack from the commentary end. Nima Bowling is trying everything this afternoon, trying to see which one of his bowlers can get a wicket for him before the end of the day.
So at 165 for 4, O'Neill has been brought back. From my watch, it says that it's 5 o'clock. So it may be the last over for the day. If we haven't gotten in that 90 overs, this had not allotted 90 overs. This one is tucked off his hip, his Tuckett. Skipper. He's batted patiently, waited on the bad deliveries, has not chanced his hand, continued to bat. He's playing that one forward. As we normally say, he has shut up shop, basically, looking to come back tomorrow. So on this one, 2 mid-wicket, he gets 1. He's looking for 2, calls for 2, gets 2. So good running, good calling here by Tuckett. 2 runs to him. 167 for 4. Tuckett moves up to 24. Change of angle here for O'Neill. Comes over the wicket now. This one is hit back to O'Neill into the pitch. He does the feeling. Flighted and is driven back past O'Neill. Didn't stop it cleanly. O'Neill into Tuckett. Tuckett tucks it off his legs. He's looking for two. It's not there. One more run to him. One more run to the Leeward Islands score. 168 for 4.
Joshua Dawn is going to continue to Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Tuckett, the captain of Leeward Islands, putting up a fight for his team.
That one was pulled in the air by Tuckett, falling short of the man at deep mid-wicket. Probably having some issues with the sun. It fell short of him, but another run to Tuckett. He has to be very careful with those shots, coming close to close of play. But he gets another run to the Leeward Islands score as well. $169 for 4. Living dangerously are these batsmen just before close of play. That one was hit airishly to the man at short mid-wicket. Torn neatly off his hips. Keen contest between these two teams so far on day number 2. Championship game here between these two teams. This one is fielded by the man at short. Mid-on. That's Leacock. There's a heavy set onside field. This one is tucked between the man at mid-wicket and the man at short, fine leg. Takes another single. Score moves up now to 170. 170 for 4.
It's a well bowled over so far from Dawn, bowling into the pads of Andrew, who was on strike previously, bowling to his field.
Tuckett behind that one. Punches it back past the bowler. No run.
Yes, the score moves up to 170. 170 for 4. Tuckett and Andrew doing battle for the Leeward Islands in the middle. Tariq O'Neill is going to continue from the administrative centre end.
So this keen contest between these two teams continues here at Arnos Vale. Ding-dong battle here between the Leewards and Barbados. Testing times for these two teams. Testing times for these two batters here for the Leeward Islands. trying to make it to the end of the day at 170 for 4. Andrew keep batting as he gets the encouragement from the dressing room. They have fought back here in this game. This one is outside the off stump and he plays in the manner that he ought to. Straight back.
I've seen a number of shots played today, Martin, but the loudest cheers always comes from the dressing room when it's close to the end of the day and a batter is defending well.
Oh, he's sweeping. The umpire is shaking and he's off celebrating, not outside the umpire. And yes, a shot that is not advised to be played at this time from Andrew. And from my vantage point, it looks like it hit outside the house stump, pitch outside the house stump as well.
Not advised by Andrew. His team was cheering him on for all the defensive shots he was playing this time. He looked to go across the line playing that sweep shot.
That's better. That would be advised. Keep the ball in front of you. Take the horizontal shots out of your head at this time. Just keep playing it straight. Be safe. This one is on the leg stump. Neatly turned. That brings the end of the over. It's 5:08. Not too sure. So there's another over being bowled here by Don. There's a maximum of 90 overs to be bowled in the day. We started at 9:30 this morning. So Don will bowl another over. Tuckett would be on strike. Leeward Islands have batted 63 overs so far. Between lunch and closer play. So a heavily packed onside field. There's a man a short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, mid on, short mid on, and the mid on. This one is short outside the off stump. He's punching. He's called for 1. He's coming back for 2 as the chairs come from the Leeward Islands camp inside. 2 more runs to Tuckett. It takes him up now to 68, 28, sorry. 28.
Yes, not what the captain is expecting from Don, the way the field is set. You just have 3 fielders on the offside, a slip, somebody in that short cover region, and a man at mid-off. So he needs to be more on the onside. That's better there. That's what the captain is expecting of him, given how the field is set.
172, 172 for 4. Don around the wicket, heavily packed onside field. Tuckett is on top of that, and he's saying, wait there, stay there, batting and batting.
With the chairs that's coming from the dressing room, you would think that Tuckett just made a century, Martin.
He's there again. See, I'm waiting here.
And even louder chair, defending well. They just want to see at the end of the day without another wicket.
Dead ball signal by the umpire. He wasn't ready for that. That was fired down leg stump. So 172, the trail. Flighted and Tuckett plays with a dead bat. As the chair.
I'm loving the chairs right now from the dressing room. You'd think that it's a T20 game and 4 sixes have just been hit.
Don stops in his run. So a little cat and mouse been playing here. Tuckett is feeling some pain in his wrist, but he's determined not to get out here. He's batting for his team. He's battling. This is the finals. They need me. As changes have been made here by the skip off. the Barbadian team. Somebody from the onside, mid-wicket that is, comes to the offside. Looking for that extra wicket, looking for that scalp to go in tonight, at least 5 wickets. Tucker taps away, waits and down. He's forward, plays forward, he walks away. And that's the end of play for today. Tuckett, the skipper, he's unbeaten on 28. 28, Don Andrew has just joined him, he's on 11. And the Leeward Islands in reply to Barbados, 279 there, 172 for 4. A really good comeback by the Leeward Islands team. After lunch, they were struggling and then into tea. But they settled in after tea, and really good partnership between Tuckett and Andrew. Andrew getting 6, he got out. And at the end of the day, they're 172 for 4, Stacey. A brilliant effort by the skipper.
Yes, and I love the support that the team is giving him. They came out at the edge of the boundary there and they're cheering him on. You would think that he scored a double century, Martin, the way that they're applauding him. And I like the support that they're giving to their captain. Shows that they're a well-knit team. They're a well-knit team and they're together in this. The final means a lot to both of these teams. It's quite a momentous occasion playing a final for your team. Yes, so it's quite even at this point in time. Leeward Islands getting up to 172 before the end of the day's play. Barbados scoring 279.
So at the end of today's play, day number 2 in the finals of this West Indies Under-19 tournament, dubbed Rising Stars, Barbados lost a toss on the first day. They were sent in by Leeward Islands. They scored 279, and Seeley, he got 96. Roberts, he got 64. Just before lunch, the Barbados team declared at 279, and the Leeward Islands started batting after lunch, and at close of play, they are 172 for 4, replying to Barbados' score. Just to go through the batting card for the Leeward Islands, Walsh, he was caught. Nima, Bolden, bowled Johan Lane for 8. Tariq Charles, bowled Nathan Seeley for 21. Michael Graves caught Nima Bolden, bowled Devon Stevenson for 27. Joel Andrews caught bowled Nathan Seeley for 60. A really good knock by him. Brilliant partnership between him and the skipper. Bowens Tuckett, he's not out on 28, the skipper. And Hilroy Andrew is not out on 11. Bowling for Barbados, Johan Lee, 10 overs, 31 runs, 1 wicket. Jaden Leacock, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Nathan Seeley, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Javadine Roberts, 2 overs, 14 runs, no wicket. We have not seen him on the field. Romario Roach, 3 overs, 14 runs, no wicket. Devon Stevenson, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Tariq O'Neill, 13 overs, 1 maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. Joshua Dawn, 5 overs, 1 maidens, 11 run, 1 maiden, 11 run, no wicket. So at the end of day number 2, Leeward Islands replying to Barbados are 279. They are 172 for 4. Stacey, a really good day here for cricket. A really good day for these two teams. A ding-dong battle for the 3.
Yes, and we got a full day's play. So good signs from the Annisville playing field. Leeward Islands they trailed by 107 runs. Saw some good batting from Joel Andrew, partnered by Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Joel Andrew, his innings was really highlighted by his patience until it basically was given away, given the way he was dismissed, being bowled by Seeley, looking to play one across the line. So, all in all, an absorbing day's play by both of these teams. Barbados know that they have a lot of work to do, trying to pick up 6 more wickets tomorrow. And the Leeward Islands, they are up and about. They are excited for tomorrow. The way they celebrated the captain defending those last 5 deliveries to ensure that no more wickets, no more damage was done to the Leeward Islands today.
Tomorrow is another day, the last day of these finals, and Leeward Islands 172 for 4. They trail by 107 runs with 6 wickets in hand. 6 wickets in hand. So a very interesting day of cricket ahead of us tomorrow here at Arnos playing field, and we're hoping for good weather. We had good weather today. We had no interruptions due to rain, and hopefully we'll see you here tomorrow. God spare life. I just want to say goodbye on behalf of our commentary team, Stacey and Adams, Sylvanus Morganhorn, and Kenry Martin signing out from Arnos playing field. Good evening. See you tomorrow. Join us. A very interesting game on hand. Championship between Barbados and Leeward Islands.